martini. I've never been smarter.
Everything that I wrote all day today.
That's okay, I do.
Thank you.
I thought I was gonna be professional and now I'm.
Exactly.
Well, all of our letters are included. They, it's just getting in public record and. There's in the back, there's,
I think you should check this
folder
signature box
document,
before we go off the
staple
rails.
factor, all the letters that we sent in,
Not
as well
talking
as
about
the
something
agenda.
that's not the
Yeah.
agenda.
Oh, all the four, because. What's this, there's like, we're on
Make sure it is.
Project actually, I called them off, so she got me the pictures.
It's
So
on
yeah,
the
that
front
was
of
a
his
concern
Oh, yeah, it says
regarding,
agenda.
you know, here, and another one was coming down with this position,
page
and it's a line of sight.
Oh, yeah.
So she was suggesting maybe.
22 dash.
263.
Portable
Did that was
speech
already
tracker.
to Zach?
You know what, I did not forward it right now. Oh, shoot.
When he gets here, as soon as he'll be here,
Yeah,
you might better review it before he
okay,
starts talking.
okay, great, you know what, I'll ask my son to forward it to you.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, great, thank you.
and then it's,
I'm not gonna
then
show my
that's,
cards.
yeah, then that's about the, another line in it, but just concerns and.
Avenida Del Mar, Hotel Clemente. That's the address of the project.
We finally got a meeting, a Zoom meeting next Tuesday
Oh,
with
good.
only one board member.
Oh, good.
The architect from the structural engineer company, not the actual structural engineer, the architect. The attorney and the representative from HOA.
Oh, good. That sounds like the right thing to have.
We'll see how much truth.
Yeah, take it right down.
So,
if you want 2 days for
At least we're getting a meeting. We just need to know what they know.
switching between people,
Exactly.
Right now, we're totally in the dark as to what they discovered.
It's been 126 days.
so sit here with the clicker.
And you're getting.
Yeah, we're
friends.
gonna stand at the podium.
And they have a tenant.
Oh, it's just better. The tenant wants to stay.
Because all she has to do is pull it up.
Yeah, this one.
And then you can stand, get a clicker.
Hey, George. Because I went out. How are you?
How are you?
Oh, hi, George.
He is all is in favor of
What's that?
letters.
Oh,
Did you get this?
no, where did that come from?
The
Things in the back.
favor. All right.
My pleasure.
the actual email asking them about, it just says, with like, my edits, a San Clemente resident. George, I don't know, those are all emails, those aren't letters. But Peter sent an email. But they've only recently.
I'm gonna read Peter's letter.
Do you want me to? I have Yeah, I didn't understand it.
You can bring it over here and I'll pass it over to you.
They need,
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be a while.
the blue,
And where's the?
yeah, that lady over there.
Did you want your name on it?
Yeah. We're the last one. This is. The Alliance speech of
Jonathan, are we okay to start? Or a moment, okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, I just wanted, to see what, I mean, totally get it. You don't get the magnitude.
Yes, sorry about that. Yeah. So please just
I'll let you do it.
All right, we are good to go. I'll call to order this special meeting of the San Clemente Planning Commission for Wednesday, June 26, 2024, 6 p.m. here in the City Council chambers of City Hall. Our Commissioner Brent Davis is going to lead us in the pledge tonight.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody, and welcome. As you can see, we've got a full agenda tonight, so we're going to, the roll call, we have all commissioners present with the exception of two that are absent. Prescott Loeffler's missing, is absent, and Gary McCacken is missing. He's absent. Okay. Item 4 is special order of business. We don't have any of those tonight. We have, item 5 is the minutes. So the first one is for the regular study session from our meeting on May 22nd. Did anybody have any comments about that, those meeting minutes? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I move we approve the minutes of the study session of the City of San Clemente Planning Commission, May 22nd, 2024.
Great. Second. I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. So Commissioner Davis will go as an abstain.
Same here.
Uh,
That was also absent.
You're at, and so, okay, so Vice Chair Camp is an abstain, so we have 3-2, it does pass, right? We're good on that? Okay. Item B is the minutes for of the regular planning commission for the 22nd. So we did the study session, now this is the regular meeting. Any comments about that one?
I move approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of the 22nd.
Second.
Thank you. All those that were in attendance in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye, too. Any opposed? And then Vice Chair Camp he will abstain, as will Commissioner Davis abstain, so it passes 3-2. I mean, 3 with 2 abstentions. Okay, item 6 is oral and written communications. Now, this is a standard part of our agenda, and it's an opportunity for anyone in the audience that wishes to address the Planning Commission on any item that is not on the agenda. And I do believe we have one speaker that expressed interest in speaking under public comments. And if there's any others, just let me know. But the first public comment speaker is Kevin Lalor. Are you here, Kevin? Come on up to the microphone, and the standard is 3 minutes, and there's a little timer on your screen.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. So each of you has a copy, and I was hoping the overhead would show. I've lived at 245 La Rambla for 29 years. And
Can you just pause for just a second?
Sure.
We're going to reset your timer once we kind of get it.
It doesn't like me, I can tell.
It's, I think we're good to go. Go ahead. If you don't mind, Kevin, could you just start again?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So lived at 245 La Rambla, which is near T Street, for 29 years. About a year ago, somebody bought the house next to us. It's a 1,200 square foot beach cottage. And they decided they're going to put an ADU in the back and move their 3 high school age kids into the ADU. So as you're familiar with, an ADU can sit 4 feet off the property line. That ADU is right next to our master bedroom. So not very happy about that. So anyways, they got approval for that. I guess it's in California. Done deal, you get it, right? Then they connected the ADU with another structure that has an observation deck. So the ADU is 12 feet high. The observation deck is 17 feet high. All these structures look down into our yard. So I don't know how this happened, but their yard initially was 1 foot lower than our yard. Now it's somehow higher. So the 6-foot fence that divides our 2 properties, which is on my side of the property line, now all their windows are sitting 3 feet above that 6-foot fence. So they all look right into our yard. So I sent an email to planning, and they basically said, well, you can plant a tree. So I had a landscape designer come over, and he gave me a quote of $36,000 to plant a couple of trees. So my main concern is, I live in a house that was built in 1954. No air conditioning, no insulation, it's post and beam construction. All that noise from those 3 kids is gonna go right into our house. So I'm looking for a conditional use permit to build a 10-foot wall so that I can dampen down that noise that's gonna be coming across. I'm not gonna be able to do anything about the 17-foot observation deck, but maybe that would be a tree. But anyways, I'm looking for your help on this. So I'd like to stay here, but, you know, I don't want people looking into my yard and listening to, you know, kids at all hours of the night. It's not right. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
No, thank you for stepping forward tonight and bringing your concern to our attention. We really can't engage on that back and forth tonight, but I'll tell you what we can do. Over to my left is Jonathan Lightfoot. He's our city planner. I think if you could just get his business card and maybe touch base with him later in the week by the phone, he can guide you on what process you need to follow.
Thank you.
Does that sound fair?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers for public comments? Okay. That takes us to item 7, that is the consent calendar. I'm going to remove, we have one item on there, I'm going to remove it because we've got 2 speakers that want to speak to it. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce that, and then we will, I'll call up the speaker, I'll call for the staff to do a brief presentation, and we'll call for the speakers. So item 7A is a recommendation that the staff has prepared for us to review and send it to the city council that would approve the establishment of citywide speed limits based on required engineering and traffic surveys. And is Ryan in the audience? I don't see Ryan. He's our, Zach, do you want to come and maybe come prepared to answer some questions? Or is Mr. Kim here? I don't see. I don't see Ryan. Not here, okay. So Mr. Ponzon's coming up, he's our assistant city engineer, and maybe you could just do a brief summary of the action?
Zach Ponson, assistant city engineer. Every 5 to 10 years, we have to survey our speed limits and do studies for it to be able to argue those speed limits if taken to court. We've done that study and recommending no changes to our speed limits. A new assembly bill, this just effective by the time this goes to council on July 1st, will allow us to kind of keep a lot of these speed limits from going up. So with that new assembly bill, we're recommending all speed limits stay the same.
Okay. Can you just hang by, and I'm going to call up the speakers? Thanks, Zach. So we have, I think, just one speaker. I got 2 cards for Amanda Q.
Hello, Commissioners. Tamara, I think we found the other card.
Yep, I had it up here all along.
We were looking for it. I just wanted, it's come to my attention, I forwarded an email, I sent an email to the planning commissioners and Mr. Ponson regarding concerns regarding Vista, Montana and Villamora HOA. I included 3 photos regarding concerns with the speed coming down on Vista, Montana, where Villamora HOA is located. There were, I guess, a collision where 2 cars, one car was coming out of Villamora HOA and one was coming down Vista, Montana. And so there was a collision that resulted in that because of the line of sight, because of the curve. So I'm just respectfully requesting the installation of a portable speed tracker on Vista, Montana, and hopefully a permanent warning sign alerting drivers to slow down the speed, the downhill speed. And I know this is, I just wanted to call this to the attention because the speed limits regarding this Planning Commission agenda item, it's basically to keep the speed limits, but in this situation, I hope that the traffic engineers, Mr. Ryan Kim or Zach Ponson, could look into that and just making sure that the planning commissioners know that there were concerns regarding that area. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
No, thank you. We function as the Transportation Commission, in effect. That's folded into our duties, and we do take these matters up, as you are indicating. Speed surveys, all the rest. There is a process, though, that
Okay.
the city has. And there needs to be, there's a form that you can fill out, you can give it, you can submit it to the traffic department, and they will advise you of the steps and will keep you informed of the process. But there's a submission process you can make to actually put your request in for that.
Oh, great, thank you so much. Would that be the traffic calming?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Traffic calming measures. Okay,
Yep.
great, thank you so much, I appreciate
Okay,
it.
you're welcome. Thanks for your comments. All right, does anybody have any questions for staff on the item before us? No, I had two cards, same person.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Commissioner Davis?
Hey, are we adding, Isaac, are we adding new signs or just,
No.
there's no
we're just-
expense to the city, we're just
We're
adopting
justifying our current
existing?
speed limits that are posted. Yeah.
Okay, does anyone else have any other questions? You guys?
I move approval of this item.
Okay, so
we-
you're moving, let me just make sure I understand it.
Yeah, let me,
Commissioner McCann is moving staff recommendations 1 and 2. Is that-
Correct.
Okay. So item 1 would be to forward to the city council recommendation to approve the establishment of the citywide speed limits based on required engineering and traffic surveys. And 2 is to consider this project as categorically exempt from CEQA. So, second by Commissioner Crandall. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Mr. Ponson, thank you, sir, for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, this takes us to our public hearing portion of the Planning Commission agenda. And I'll just go over this we've got 3 public hearings, I think, tonight. So let me just give everybody the overview of how the public hearing process works. What we're going to do is open the public hearing, and then we're going to have the staff do their presentation. There may be some questions, but for the most part, we'll get through the staff presentation, and then we're going to hear from the applicant. They'll get 10 minutes to make their presentation. Following the applicant's presentation, then anyone that submitted a blue speaker card will call their name, and they'll have the opportunity to make their public comments, and they'll have 3 minutes for each speaker. And then we'll go into Q&A, and we'll go into discussion, and then we'll move through the item. So that's the structure. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Our first item, 8A, is a public hearing for project 24-187. It is Sunset Shores facade remodel. They have a permit amendment, and their project is located at 410 Quarto Lane. And I believe Zach is providing the staff report on that. So, Mr. Ream, please, sir, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Kusko. Good evening, Commissioners. So as you just stated, this is a request for a permit amendment. The original permit was granted by the zoning administrator at a hearing about 2 months ago. And the permit amendment is specific to change special condition number 4.3, which requires a Spanish.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Could we do some disclosures before the staff presentation
You're right.
begins?
I'm sorry. I would, yeah.
If any.
We have a city attorney who's keeping track of my actions tonight, and he's exactly right. I am supposed to ask before we take the presentation from you, Zach, if any commissioners have any disclosures or ex parte communication on this item they wish to share at this time. I don't hear any. And with that, I'll actually open the public hearing. And now, Zach, I'll return it to you.
Thank you. So this is a request for a permit amendment to change condition 4.3 of the approved permit, which requires a standard guardrail design, including materials consistent with Spanish colonial revival architecture. The approved permit also authorizes many other improvements to an existing structure that I'll run through for background real quick at the beginning. including height increase for false roof extensions and embellishments, and it's an existing 18-unit condominium building. Here's the project location. It's a 1.27 acre oceanfront bluff-top lot developed with an 18-unit building. The site's within the Pier Bowl specific plan, residential high-density zoning area. It's in the coastal zone. It's in the architectural overlay. And surrounding land uses include other multi-unit condominium buildings on all three sides, and then the Casa Romantica is 2 lots to the south. There are no other historic residential buildings within 300 feet of the site. There's a public beach access stairway to the south of the building and a public beach and ocean viewpoint to the north. So again, for background, on April 4th, 2024, the zoning administrator approved a development permit, DP 23415, for exterior facade improvements to the structure, which was originally constructed in 1980. The applicant hasn't yet accepted that permit because they have a contention with condition 4.3 that was imposed by the zoning administrator, and also because this project still requires some level of review from the Coastal Commission. So here's some renderings of the existing condominium building on the site at the top, and then at the bottom is the facade as identified by the applicant and the architect. And these are the facades as viewed from 2 different street ends on the more inland sides of the building, and then each side of the building. The issue for this hearing is actually on the coastal oceanfront side, glass guardrails. So I'll get to that in a few slides. But I'm just showing what was approved in the original project. So if constructed, this project as shown here would add exterior improvements, including stairwells, to receive false roof extensions to create some artificial towers. Wood guardrails would be replaced with wrought iron on at least 3 of the facades. A slump block wall would be covered with plaster, and S-tiles on the roof would be replaced with authentic 2-piece barrel clay tiles. Both existing and new elements of the roof would have matching Spanish tiles. And then there'd be false roofs on both ends of the building with small extensions and embellishments, non-structural pop-outs to modify some of the forms and massing of the building, replacement of windows on 2 of the facades, and decorative parapets on the ocean-fronting facade to cover some chimney metal vent exhaust pipes. Here's a materials board that was submitted by the applicant showing Spanish Colonial Revival style material design elements. And this project went through a pretty significant level of review at the city. It went to the city's development management team internally, 2 different meetings where we discussed the project design. It went to the city's design review subcommittee where the applicant received these comments. And I'm going to just hover here for a second. One of the comments from the DRSC that was discussed and is in the meeting minutes in your packet related to the ocean fronting deck guardrails. And the comments at DRSC were that the ocean fronting deck guardrails should be incorporated into the project with matching materials more in character with the rest of the project elements in the materials board that I showed in the previous slide. The applicant took that comment back to the HOA and the members of the condo board and decided not to make that a proposed change to the project, despite the DRSC feedback. So then the city's planning staff gave a bunch of comments. The applicant incorporated most of these comments. The glass guardrails were referenced again in the staff comments. And then the neighboring community, other HOA buildings, provided some comments on the project, primarily related to the height and identified view impacts from private views in the other condominium over the subject condominium building. And in response, the applicant lowered several of the false roof embellishments to try to preserve some of the neighboring condominium views. This is a photo of one of the oceanfront, well, of about half of the oceanfront railings taken by staff from the public ocean viewpoint to the north of the project. That's that dirt trail is a public access way. And then here's some photos taken of the same guardrail and the same oceanfront facade by the applicant and their architect. I'll get into this a bit more in the next couple slides, but in essence, the applicant's request is to be able to continue those style of glass guardrails, specifically the one in the bottom left,
the whole first floor essentially. And the applicant's comment is that in the past, many of the condominium owners have replaced their wrought iron guardrails with glass, and they should be allowed to continue to do so. So at the zoning administrator hearing, the glass guardrail comment came up again, and the zoning administrator imposed condition 4.3 and also referenced the glass versus Spanish colonial revival style wrought iron guardrails in the meeting minutes, and expressed to the applicant and their representative that there should be some kind of work to come up with a standard guardrail design that should include wrought iron and not glass. So this is the condition that resulted from the zoning administrator hearing that the applicant would like to be changed or modified or eliminated through this hearing. And essentially it says the applicant through their HOA and their architect should come up with a standard guardrail design, which should be Spanish colonial revival style. It says it may be similar to the Spanish colonial revival design shown on many of the other plan sheets and on the materials board, which the applicant proposed on the other 3 facades, or they can come up with something else to the satisfaction of the HOA and the city planner. And as of yet, the applicant hasn't done that. They requested this hearing and a permit amendment to see if they could continue with the glass guardrail instead. And then additionally, I was just going to point out conditions 5.11 and 5.12 require architectural elements throughout the building and throughout the project area be improved with quality materials and craftsmanship consistent with the requirements of the architectural overlay zone. So again, the applicant's request is to modify condition 4.3 to be permissive of glass guardrails. The staff recommendation is that that request is not consistent with general plan policies, zoning code requirements, or design guidelines. Specifically the ones on the screen here, some from the urban design element, some from the coastal land use plan, one fairly general one from the zoning code that says architecture review and development standards for remodeled buildings should seek to bring the buildings more in line with Spanish colonial revival, especially in the architectural overlay. And then finally, there's coastal land use plan policy RES 84, which says that the city should incorporate bird-safe elements into buildings on the oceanfront bluffs. So there's findings specific to all of these policies in the resolution, and the staff recommendation is for the Planning Commission to adopt a resolution denying the applicant's request based on the referenced policies.
Okay, Zach, thank you. Are there quick questions for staff before we call the applicant?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner McCann, and then did you have something? And then we'll go to Commissioner Davis.
I see a bunch of architectural enhancements going SCR. Are there, I don't really see any in the rear, any significant architectural enhancements in the rear. Are there some that you can point out to me, or?
Yeah, they're minor. In the rear elevation, there's a deck that's shared by the residents of the condo building, and they are replacing a guardrail in that location with a Spanish colonial revival style wrought iron guardrail, and then improving some pilasters with stucco enhancements. That's on the southern side, sort of a deck overlooking the ocean.
I see, okay, down there. But relative to, I mean, you look at the front and side elevations, and there's significant improvements, but not in the rear.
Yeah, not in the rear.
In scale.
The applicant's comment was that, you know, each of the individual condo owners prefers to control the design of their own facade and the view that they get looking from their condominium towards the ocean, and that the HOA didn't want to make a decision on behalf of each condo owner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Davis?
So on the glass and the bird strike, what are the city's thoughts, or is there a requirement that, do they make some bird strike safety type glass that birds can see? Have you heard about this?
Yes.
Can you expand on that?
Yes, there's three options. And this is a policy in the coastal land use plan, so it doesn't have a lot of specificity. It may be elaborated on if the city adopts zoning ordinances to implement that land use plan. And specifically, if we adopt a local coastal program, the coastal commission will want more specifics about that. But there are examples that are used in construction trades. There's appliques, like a sticker that you can put on regular glass. There's usually spacing requirements. They have to be every 18 inches or so a bird can see the glass coming. There's also tinting. You can make it darker or bluer, and birds tend to perceive that better. And then the best practice that's also a lot more expensive and I think was on back order for a while during COVID is called Ornilux glass. And that's Latin for bird see, and it means birds can see the glass, but humans can't. So that's if the commission were inclined to approve glass, that's one option that would protect the birds, but the aesthetic to the human eye would still see glass, not Spanish colonial revival.
Yeah, it's the Spanish colonial revival, the enhancements that they've done to the project, to the facility. It's really nice. And, but let's discuss options here. Okay, go
So you're
on.
good with the questions? All right.
Yeah, I think so.
I see Commissioner Crandall wants to ask a quick question.
Yeah, just, and this may be to Zach or to Jonathan. Does this fall in a view corridor from the pier? Can we look that up?
Yes, it does in the
Is it a view
cities.
corridor?
Yeah, there's specifically a view corridor looking from the end of the pier. There's two arrows that point back towards the land, just kind of towards Casa Romantica, but actually closer towards exactly this building, one on either side. And the view, as I interpreted it, was the view of the coastal shoreline from the pier.
I just wanted to make sure everybody realized that also.
Thanks. Okay, Vice Chair Camp, questions?
So the applicant is appealing the conditions or appealing the approval? What exactly are we considering? And are they allowed to just appeal one condition?
More technically, they're asking for a permanent amendment. Initially, they asked if they could appeal. They didn't file their appeal in time. The appeal fee is also higher than the amendment fee. So they're asking for an amendment to the permit to amend or change condition 4.3. And condition 4.3 is the one that, as staff and the zoning administrator read it, doesn't allow for glass guardrails. If the planning commission elected to amend condition 4.3, then they could have their glass guardrails, which is what they're seeking.
Okay, so they submitted a new application, is what you're saying?
They submitted a letter and an email and 2 photo exhibits, which are included in the attachments to your staff report. And the letter and the email explain how they would like the commission to amend condition 4.3.
Okay, so technically, I think what he's saying, is an application amendment, but we are in the workflow here. When we did streamlining, we became the review authority of the ZA. So anytime a zoning administrator decision, we can appeal it, we can pull it and appeal it, or if it is appealed, it comes to us. So this is why it's coming to us. We're the review body
But
of that.
it's not an appeal.
It's in effect a request to amend his permit to have a condition changed.
Okay.
If I may, there is some language in the staff report also that says if there were an appeal, it goes through the appeal process, it would have come to the same hearing before you
Same
at the same
conclusion
time.
is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that, but my question is, by requesting an amendment, does that open up the overall approval of all the conditions? Or are we just considering this 4.3?
Good question.
And if so, is it consistent with the inland side of the building? Because that's wrought iron. It looked like most of the guardrails on the inland side are wrought iron, but they want to have glass on the beach side. Well, I understand, of course, but, there's a difference there between the two. So how do we rule on this? Is it, glass is allowed on the beach side, but not on, or it's required on the beach side for new railings, but it's not required on the inland side? And then there's a consideration of the consistency of the design. If you're gonna redesign and change the style essentially, of the inland side, then shouldn't that be consistent throughout the project? So in other words, I'm asking, can you have your cake and eat it too? You guys have heard that term?
Zach, let's make that into a question. So the question is, can we just act on 4.3 by itself? Or can we expand that if we want to?
I would defer to the representative of the city attorney on
Okay.
that. The applicant only requested the narrow thing,
Yeah.
but if you want to open it up.
I'll tell you what, why don't we give the city attorney some time to consider the question? We don't need an answer right this minute. Is the applicant here? Okay, do you mind coming forward, please? I'll need a blue card from you later, but if you could come up to the podium, sir, thank you, welcome. And if you could just state your name and your role as the applicant, and then you'll have 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. My name's Anthony Massaro. I'm the architect and representing the Homeowners Association. And the presentation was accurate, but the one thing that's really critical, this is a voluntary facade remodel, so there's no requirement. So it's, and I'm glad we went through the DRC, we made improvements, but it's really, the owners came to me, say, hey, we have this old building, we think we'd like to make it nicer. So I do a lot of remodels and repurposing. So typically I view them, we can either do what I call a transformative remodel, where you really don't recognize what it looks like once you're done, or I call it a refresher remodel. So we were able to do remember we have to get this approved, they all have to, 18 owners have to pony up money, so we're trying to do something, we try to make it transformative but not go crazy on the budget. So we know the architectural style that we all agree we want. When we come to the rear, the building's really a grid. So to do the Spanish colonial correct, right now the solid to void is way off. It's all void because they're windows looking out at the ocean. So there really isn't a lot of opportunity, and the only thing I could have done was start adding things, trying to fatten up columns, maybe doing false arches, but there really wasn't, the building's just a grid. So at that point, after going over, it's like, you know what, we're going transformative where we can for the rear. Hey, this is the ocean, they want their views, we'll just refresh it. Let's clean it up to the best we can and get rid of the slump block, let's smooth the stucco, new roof tiles, do the boosted edges, so we could do all of that. So that's kind of was the mentality of it. So when we were a little surprised when the condition came, because firstly, there's no even requirement that you have to. I think it's written where once you start replacing these guards, then you're going to have them to look like Spanish colonial and wrought iron. Well, by definition, no owner, I don't know why any owner would want to actually do that. So even if this was in place, it'll just stay as is. So I felt stronger. It's like, well, there's a handful, I think 16 of the 18 have replaced with some form of glass guard, and some of them are old and ratty and look like they're going to be replaced or need to be replaced. There's 2 that are still the original wide space balustrade, old, simple wrought iron. So we felt it would be more effective. Why don't we take the cleanest of the glass guards, which are about half of them, I think I counted 8 or so, are just a clean, no verticals, just a clean top rail. So the best opportunity to really clean that facade up would be, okay, if you're going to replace a railing, you can't have 5 different glass guard designs, which they kind of have now. So I think that's more of a realistic way of doing it. But ultimately, trust me, as the architect, I'd love to make that thing look Spanish colonial and authentic and do all sorts of stuff. It just doesn't seem realistic. And again, I want to stress, this is a voluntary thing we're doing.
Great. Can you let me see if we have questions for you?
Sure.
Okay. Questions?
Yes.
Okay. We've got Vice Chair Camp wants to ask a question.
Okay.
Okay, so when you presented this to us at the Design Review Subcommittee, there were some facade improvements proposed for the beach side as well. And we gave you some advice about, how you could take another look at those. So you, as a result, just abandoned the idea of doing any
Oh,
facade.
so there were two things. There were down at the ground level, taking the pilasters and creating a colonnade, but actually up at the top, I had some facades and some kind of a shaped facade, and your suggestion was, we had height limits, which we mentioned, and possibly like, yeah, I would have loved to put a tower. We got pushback from the neighbors. So we actually had meetings with Adam, with the neighbors, and they came back, and it came, so after those discussions, the decision was, okay, putting the towers up in the front, really, by the time you look at the sight lines, they had no impact. But any tower on the ocean side actually was impacting the neighbors. I would have loved to add towers. But in fact, we took what we had there and made it even smaller based on the request from the owner and staff.
Okay, so there's a balance here.
Yeah.
Where, we recommended, it was a very sort of symmetrical design. I mean, it was very static.
Right.
So we didn't recommend adding towers per se. We said you could,
Right.
but to try to give us some variety in the facade treatment.
Right.
So I guess what you're saying is that the neighbors next, because, I think there's things you could have done that wouldn't have impacted the neighbors on the rear facade, on the coastal facade. So it sounds like it's a combination of wanting to appease the neighbors and, the fact is, I mean, it's voluntary, we get that, right? Everything's to some degree voluntary.
Yeah.
But, I don't know what you guys think, but I think that there's an opportunity. I agree that the front facing inland has an improvement, right? But it's almost like there's two buildings here. We have the side facing inland, and then we have the side, and we should get into that with
Yeah, why don't we
discussion.
hold on to that? If you
But
have
I
any
just
more
wanted to
questions
kind of
for-
clarify.
No, that's good. And I do want, we did respond, the two sides where they felt like those two towers were symmetrical, we did. I changed the roof, I changed the height, and we really worked towards, within what we were working with, we were able to get rid of that symmetry on the two sides. But you're right, at the end of the day, that rear is just a grid. I don't know how you can, I mean, to me, it would even be more forced trying to create some irregularity on just a simple 6x3 grid.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioner McKinney, you have any questions? Okay. Why don't you just hang out in the front just in case we want to call you back?
Sure.
But thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Mr. City Attorney, did you want to chime in now about what our purview is over this matter?
Sure. So
Thanks.
if you want to add conditions beyond what was requested in the amendment/appeal, you have that authority as long as your findings are backed up by evidence.
Okay, so we can add additional conditions of approval, and we can also amend 4.3?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions about our task? Fair enough. Why don't we move into discussion?
Are there any speakers on this issue?
No, we just had the applicant. Does anyone in the audience want to speak to this? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing then and move us, turn to my colleagues and ask someone to lead us off with their thoughts, and I'll recognize Commissioner Crandall to get us started.
Yeah, I'm in concurrence with staff on this one. We're in a scenic view corridor from the pier. We're trying to get the entire city image to be Spanish colonial revival looking, and whenever we say something, it's not, they got to go totally Spanish colonial, but we've got to move it in that direction. And the handrails are one way to do it. No other work was shown, I think, on the back, but it should be. I totally understand the problem with working with associations and trying to get everybody on board. But it actually, I think, behooves them in reality that their property will be more valuable the better it looks and the more it fits in with the city. The front is excellent design. I mean, he's done a good job on working with us on that. It's in the architectural overlay, so we are bound by some degree to conform with the design guidelines, which requires that, does not allow the glass. There is some wrought iron left on the building. Not all the handrails have gone to glass. There's some old square wrought iron ones still there, so it's not like we're saying, over on the left side, I believe. You'll see them
I
there.
think what I heard from the applicant was there was 2 remaining out of the entire population.
But
And it looks like they're painted white
Yeah.
or off-white, not,
So I'm inclined to support staff on this. I understand the problem. It can be appealed to, I believe, to council if they choose to. But at this point in the discussion, I'm leaning to keep our Spanish colonial style intact, particularly down on our coastal zone. I mean, I think that's
would
extremely
you
important.
articulate what that looks to you? What is that exactly then? Is that black?
Well,
wrought iron?
we're only talking about the handrail right now,
Okay.
The guardrail.
the guardrail, correct. And it's conditioned. We have a resolution for it. They're appealing that one item and one item only. And I think what's been presented to us is, I'm supporting staff on this one and agree with his findings.
So to clarify, finding the 4.3 item only, because that's the one that they're
Yeah.
appealing.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm fine with that remaining, that condition remaining.
Stick with
in
the wrought iron.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, just while we're on his point, what exactly are we talking about, Zach, in terms of the 4.3? And what does the implementation look like? I hear wrought iron, I hear hand railing, I hear no glass. I need maybe clarification on then, well, what does that mean? What's the implementation of that look like? Is that possible for you to articulate?
Sure, I can try. You could also ask Jonathan, because the condition says the applicant and the HOA shall work with the city planner to prepare basically a spec sheet showing what all future guardrails are going to look like.
Would you like us to defer to you, Jonathan? Would you want to take that?
I think that response to the question is that we would, in the moment at that hearing, the HOA hadn't had the opportunity yet to discuss with their full membership. So this condition gave them additional time to concur on a design, provide a spec sheet that we were in agreement with, and then that would be used as the template for any approvals moving forward.
Okay. Would it require retrofitting? Or is it just as improvements, changes are made?
As changes were made, however, there were some noted within the report, some guardrails that were replaced without the benefit of a permit. So in the case of unpermitted work, those, we would look for them to be retrofitted.
Okay. So what would be replacing the glass then?
What would be replacing the glass is the spec sheet that they provide. So if they say, this is the style of wrought iron, for instance, that has this design to it, then they would provide that in
So
their
that would be
building
up to
permit.
them?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the city was not looking to dictate the exact design of the wrought iron, for instance. They provided some sample imagery within their original packet. So using that as a framework to start from, if they identified a manufacturer that had a similar style guardrail, they would provide that spec sheet for review and approval.
Does that include the color?
Yes.
So they can choose the color?
To an extent. There's guideline, we have a reference to Santa Barbara color guidelines that includes traditional elements such as coloring for awnings, walls, and wrought iron elements as well.
Typically, it's black. So would that be the color, or could they go?
There is a small spectrum beyond just black, but
Okay.
it would be traditional wrought iron coloring.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Davis, you're struggling here.
Struggling to figure out how to ask the question. So in the back, you know, when you're talking about Spanish revival, right? Can we put up some, and I get it, not wanting to interrupt their view. There's no way I'd personally put up all the wrought iron there. And I don't know that an HOA in total is going to have enough votes to remodel this project if they have to give up their view with these wrought iron poles. So I think we're risking not getting a project or a building really enhanced with that Spanish architecture because we want some wrought iron, or it is
The guidelines
appealing
call
to,
for it,
yes, it is appealing to have these wrought iron back there. So I don't know that we're gonna, you know, get that happening. I'm kind of in the way of, okay, can we do some tile back there? And I'm looking at the back of this thing, and it is just really squared off, wall, 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 wall. But can we enhance it with some red, some tile, something to bring in that Spanish architectural type vibe in the back there? And there is a lot of Spanish architectural that you see down in Mexico that have straight glass. And the roof line's gonna really enhance this thing from the backside, just the different tiles that's gonna be there. And I think we're missing opportunity to really enhance this building, because if it gets shut down, it's probably not coming back for a long time, and it's likely to become, they're not gonna do it. 20 years from now, it's gonna be like it is now, you know? So those are my little thoughts, and can we enhance the back? I'm asking the architects and the other fellow commissioners, please.
Thanks for your thoughts. Vice Chair Camp, did you want to share your thoughts? Okay.
Yeah. You know, who sees the front? You know, the people that live there, certainly, you know, the people that live on that street. But the rear, the coastal view, I mean, that's seen, anybody that goes on the pier, anybody that views the bluff line, you know, which could be, I mean, we have the topography up there for this to be like a Riviera, you know, and, you know, I think that the homeowners, they see the value in improving this property, because there's other bluff top properties that are far more valuable because of the architecture. So, and this is just a discussion, okay? I'm not saying I disagree.
I like it.
I'm not saying I disagree, but, you know, looking at that from the pier, which we all have done that, that's the weak link. I mean, that's one of the weak links, you know, up on the bluff. And it's pretty significant structure up there. So how do you preserve, and, you know, it's a challenge. It's always a challenge on the coast to do true Spanish revival architecture and have the amount of glass that people want, right, to preserve their views. So typically, it's a deep recess, you know, to give the shadow line, and then you have the glass at the wall line, you know, to preserve that view. Is that realistic here? And what you're saying, you know, do they just scrap the whole thing? I don't know. I mean, you know, there's a lot to be said for what they're doing. This is not an inexpensive solution on the inland side. You know, they did put these faux chimneys to include all of the because they had all these vent pipes all over the place. And I think that's an improvement on its, you know, by itself. But, you know, maybe there's, you know, is there trim? Is there something that we can do? I tend to agree with Commissioner Davis that because it's all glass now, to impose the wrought iron is kind of a token thing, you know, on that facade. I don't think that's gonna make that big of a difference on the style of the architecture. I think there's something else that would need to be done for that to be as effective as we want it to be. So it's either, let's let them have the glass, And the tile, you know, they're gonna do the tile, they're gonna do the faux chimneys and say, you know, that's the best we can do, or let's try and impose something that's really gonna make a difference. So, and I'm probably open to either, you know, because I do think it's gonna be an improvement, on the inland side. And it's gonna increase the value, you know, of the property, overall. So those are kind of my thoughts.
Thanks for sharing. Commissioner McCann, would you share your thoughts, please?
Sure. Thank you. When I was reviewing and considering this item, I was leaning towards, no, supporting staff and, yeah, make it go SCR. But the more I look at it and consider it, and honestly, you know, what the architect is saying and what some of you guys are saying, to me makes total sense. I mean, throwing in wrought iron railings here is not going to make this an SCR facade, you know? And I think, I mean, I think that the project as proposed is a gigantic improvement for the building. And it brings it a long way, you know, towards SCR. And if the back isn't, it's just, it's never going to be SCR in the back. If there's things, you know, we want to, you know, ask them to do or go back to design review and see if there's some other things that they can do to enhance it. But asking people to take away their ocean view back there, you know, create kind of a barrier that you see, I just don't see it at all. I think it's problematic, what Jonathan said, to say, well, you know, then our expectation is that they're going to have to go back and undo the glass and put in this hard guardrails. So now the city's chasing 18 people to do that. I mean, that sounds pretty big, brother. I think if we want to ask them to do some other things to try and create something SCR in the back, I don't think the handrails are it. But I like the idea of uniform glass design. That's where I'm at.
All right. Jonathan, I think you get a sense of where the group is going. What's your sense of if we were to enable them to keep the glass, what would you want to see?
I'm going to defer to David first. I know he has a comment, and then I'll follow up with the response.
All right.
I just want to verify whether there's an active motion on the table.
There is not at this time. We were just having discussion to see where we're formulating a solution that we can put into a form of motion. We're not quite at motion point yet.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd like, what I'm probing now of the staff, our city planner, Mr. Lightfoot, is consideration for his input into a motion if Jonathan wants to see perhaps something to compensate or to create consistency, or if you want to provide some guidance to us on how we might structure this so that the glass could be retained, but what would we do then to create a consistent, good, you know, look there from your perspective? What would you like to see, if that's the direction we want to go?
Yeah, thank you for that question. First would be that the resolution in front of you is a resolution for denial. So the first thing would be that the direction would be to continue the item.
Okay.
And in addition to that direction of continuance, you could consider some aesthetic options. You know, I was reviewing the findings with Deputy City Attorney, and the applicable finding in this case reads: the proposed project use preserves and strengthens the pedestrian orientation of the district and/or San Clemente's historic identity as a Spanish village. And so there's the items that we're talking about are guidelines, and we always want to put in front of you as staff the grade A, like the preferred materials, designs, elements of that sort. And certainly the commission can take into account other factors as you're doing. In this case, the direction I hear of interest, if you were to continue with glass, one of the other items of heartburn that staff has is inconsistency. So I think we would look for there still to be a singular guardrail design. And in this case, since the majority are already glass, I think there would be an interest in getting the remaining guardrails that don't match that style updated as soon as practicable. And then finally, another item that could be considered by the HOA is a whitewash treatment. There's slump block used on the rear. Whitewash is also a recommended treatment in addition to stucco. So it doesn't change the massing or make it a Spanish colonial building, but it would make or add a little consistency with the coloration of the other elevations and potentially add some benefit in that view corridor as mentioned from the pier.
Okay, Commissioner Crandall, you.
Yeah, I do want to say that the majority, I'm thinking, what, 50% of the handrails need to be replaced anyway, is that correct?
Go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and reopen the public hearing so you, in order to answer the question. So, Tony, do you mind just coming back up to the microphone?
To make them uniform, is that an
I
overestimate?
would say approximately. So the image that Zach first showed, it was the one in the lower right hand. That's the clean, like if I find enough of them that look good and clean and consistent, that's the one that I thought like, okay, if we needed to bring them all up, they're already halfway there or they're a portion of the way there. So anything that has a vertical, there's a couple of those that I think are out of line. So I don't know if it quite makes half, but I think probably somewhere between a third and a half.
Yeah, my concern is still, we're on a slippery slope. Here we've got a project that we're going to potentially approve a material that isn't part of the architectural guidelines. It's in the architectural overlay. It's in a view corridor. It is a treasure of basically San Clemente, those bluffs, to look at. And where do we stop? The next guy is going to come in and say, well, we want the same thing. We don't want to, we want glass on all our balconies in our condo project because we're repainting it or whatever. So whether it's financially beneficial to them or not, that's their decision to make. I think it is financially beneficial to make this thing in character with the city, and it's an upgrade over the glass. I would really struggle with going against the Spanish colonial guidelines. Everything we've done in the last, I don't know how long, are, 30 years for the Spanish colonial revival guidelines. So I would still struggle supporting it.
Vice Chair Camp?
Okay, so this is a tough one, because this is sort of the opposite of Spanish colonial revival, right? I mean, it's just basically a glass front to, it's almost like a commercial building, right? So I think Jonathan brought up a good point with, I'm looking at the facade here, and there's it's a lot of exposed slump block, concrete block. I mean, that, to me, that's more of a departure from the style than even the wrought iron. If we allowed the glass, but we said, we want to see plaster, not just whitewash, like a coloration of the slump block, but actually see plaster. That, to me, would make a much bigger impact on that facade than putting the wrought iron and leaving that block, for instance.
And that was the expectation.
Oh, it was?
To plaster. So that's when I say it's a refresher, like it's going to be clean it up. A lot of the decks kind of are cracking. There's concrete that needs to be repaired. So the idea was to just clean it up, but they wanted to get rid of the slump block everywhere.
So that's all going to get plastered?
Correct. That was it, the intent.
Yeah, no, I think to me, that's going to be a big improvement, because when you look at this thing, it looks like sort of like a fruit cocktail or a hodgepodge of, there's different thicknesses of the columns, some, the walls, Yeah, you do have some shadow there. What about the eaves at the roof? Are you going to be strengthening that at all?
Yeah, so that was part of the same way on the front side. There's these really small eyebrows, but we were just going to do the booster tiles, the double edges. So you will get whatever tile you see back there will be new tile, and we'll have that the same feeling of what we're doing on the front side.
Okay. There's not a gutter on that side, right? That's all,
Yeah, there's not enough roof. I wouldn't put a gutter on there.
yeah.
Or if you wanted one, it would be a facade. You're not collecting much water there.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, that's a way to add some beef to that roof line. Because the other problem here is this mansard roof, where there's just a few, I don't know how many tiles there are, but there's not many. And then that could connect it to the other side where the more significant improvements are being made. I understand your point, Commissioner Crandall. I just don't think it's realistic. And I don't think it's impactful enough to go with wrought iron on those guardrails. That's a significant thing to impose here. And I get what you're saying, but we review these projects individually.
You're absolutely right. In a design review, I mean, a better solution is, well, not a better solution. An alternative solution is to not have it an entire sheet of glass where everybody on the beach can see their chairs and stuff. I mean, if we're really trying to get into something and you had a foot of glass or something, so when you're sitting in a chair, you're seeing through that. That's certainly less impactful than a complete handrail. And really, I don't think we should be trying to design this thing from the dais here. We had our shot at it at design review and gave those kind of comments, and they went to staff. So we've kind of been through the process. They've got a approval already from staff, should they choose to accept it. And what they're looking at is relief from what staff recommended.
Yeah, no, I get that. The zoning administrator
Zoning,
is the one, yeah.
So I understand your point too, but I'd really love to see the whole thing done, but you got to start somewhere.
Let me jump in.
Commissioners,
if I-
I'm
you mind?
sorry.
Oh,
Could I mention one?
If we're returning to discussion, we may need just to close the public hearing again.
Yeah, do we have anything else for Tony? Thanks. Close the public hearing. Commissioner McCann, and then I want to see if just for the sake of the audience, I know we're in the weeds. That's kind of what we do. This is how we noodle through it and try and get to the optimal solution that we think addresses everything and is as fair as possible. So if you just bear with us, just help us, we'll get there. We're close. Commissioner McCann.
I'm wondering if from the distance that this structure would be viewed from the rear, if the normal person could even kind of make out that there was wrought iron there or not. I mean, because you're down on the beach trail or you're on the pier.
That's why I asked about the color.
Right.
If it's a light color, you're not going to tell. You can't tell.
Yeah, I love the idea of requiring plaster to plaster over those CMU blocks. I mean, maybe if you wanted to add some tile treatments, colorful tile treatments down on that lower level below the units or something, but that's where I'm at.
Okay, thanks. Let me take a shot at trying to wrap this up. I'm hearing you, Commissioner Crandall, and we do, work hard to, in design review especially, protect the Village by the Sea guidelines that was established decades ago. And it calls for the Spanish colonial revival architecture, and that is very specific. And I think we've done a good job over the years. We see good projects all over town that I think have improved the city. And when people are proud to see that, I would think of 1010 Santiago on El Camino Real is a good example. The In-N-Out is a good example. Let me just draw a contrast, though, to that here. This project, if you look at the before, really is not Spanish colonial revival. It just isn't. It's kind of a 60s architecture. It is what it is. Maybe it should have been Spanish Revival back when it was approved, but it is what it is. I think it's very admirable that the owners have decided to spend their capital to improve it and update it and move it into the Spanish Revival, colonial revival. And what they've done in the front, I think, accomplishes that. There's a neighboring project next to it, and it looks out of style, the current, but when you do the remodel, it'll look very compatible. I think it brings the front together very well. And I think that because it's voluntary, I think that's something we should appreciate. When I look at the back, it currently now is not Spanish colonial revival. To force residents who are spending money to do the right thing because of the guidelines on the back that probably won't in and of itself transform it to become Spanish colonial revival, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it's fair, to be honest. And I think that I am supportive of those that have expressed the concern about forcing that when I don't see the benefit. I don't see the transformation occurring. And so I think I could make a finding that not imposing the standard would not be detrimental to the building design, that we're looking at it from the front separate from the back. And in the back, I think I could make the finding that it would be difficult, I don't want to say impossible, but it would be very difficult with just the railing to transform it into Spanish colonial revival. I just don't think it does it. So therefore, I think that's the maneuvering room that we would allow the HOA, if they're going to, I think it's plaster over and whitewash the block walls, that is a huge improvement. I think we should, that I think will dramatically improve the look. And then ask that and I would recommend we continue this, give staff the direction to work with the architect and the HOA to come up with a response to a consistent guardrail design style that would complement the plaster that's going to go onto the slump wall and pull it all together in one uniform, consistent look. I think the city would benefit from that direction. So that would be the direction I would lean into. So my sense is to make a motion to that effect, if that is appropriate at this time, and then we'll discuss it if you want to speak against it, that's fine.
Well, no, I'm not going to speak, I'm not going to speak against it, but I do want to make one additional observation.
Okay, let's do that, let's hear it.
And the reason I've taken the position I did, I feel this is actually the front elevation.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be viewed by millions of people versus that little cul-de-sac that it's on. He's done a wonderful job on the front, and I really think that as far as one of the elevations, this is the one that deserves, as far as the city's concerned, not maybe the homeowners, the most attention.
I agree, there's no question about that.
You know, and
if I could just join in on your
And the
thought.
architectural overlay says 360-degree architecture.
No,
That's not being done. But what's the trigger, Jonathan, on going to Spanish colonial revival? Is it 50% or is there a cost number? What have we traditionally used to? Because, you know, we're doing small dental offices downtown in the architectural overlay, and all they have to do is go towards Spanish colonial revival, not accomplish the whole thing. But that's one of the caveats that we have enforced over the years.
I'm going to defer to Zach first on this question, but then I can follow up if we're not aligned on that.
I was just going to reference you to the staff recommended findings, which may now change, but also the staff report references zoning code section 17.56.020E4, which says, although the ultimate goals for remodeled buildings and the architectural overlay are to have the required architectural style per E above, it may not always be practical with minor changes to convert a contemporary building into a true form of the required architectural style. In cases where only minor modifications are proposed, the goal should be to improve the architectural quality of the building consistent with the architectural style required by the design review guidelines. And 2, to include design elements that are in character with the required architectural style where practical. And then 3, finally, to include as many pedestrian-oriented elements such as courtyards, paseos, outdoor eating areas, landscaping, and architectural details as is practical. So the code anticipated minor remodels like this.
What I heard from that was this is not practical. We're not going to take a grid and make it into Spanish colonial by adding on a railing that's made out of wrought iron. That's where I'm struggling.
I'm not saying that that's the only thing that's done. We had all sorts of options for them to make the whole rear look Spanish colonial. But right now, there's throwback from the homeowners that they want to keep their glass, or some of them want to keep their glass, whatever the number is. And that's basically their call. Our call is to enforce the city's ordinances and guidelines, so.
Within reason. I understand what you're saying, but what they presented, remember when we first looked at this, it was a pretty weak attempt.
Oh, it's come a long ways, but it's.
Well, no, but we gave them some suggestions, if you recall, but they didn't follow up on that. We never saw it on this elevation, any proposed improvements that would even get close to true Spanish colonial revival. So I tend to agree that it's really not feasible. And if it's an effort that's maybe moving towards it, whatever we decide that is, and yet it doesn't get any closer than just wrought iron guardrails, then it may be worse for the project. I think cleaning it up, totally cleaning up with plaster, changing the tiles, we should continue it, but I think we should see a finished elevation that has all that done. And I think it'll work better on that bluff. I'd love to, I think the architect even expressed his interest. It'd be great to make it, true Spanish colonial revival. But I think we want to do the best that we can here. And if we try to impose something, and the guardrail is going to be a hot button, there's no question, because of that view. So are we taking away something that we could potentially do here to improve it significantly for the city? And again, I made the point that you can't really see the front unless you live on that street. You're not going to see that. I'm not, we're not going to drive down there, but we're on the pier all the time, right? So we can see that. So to me, if it's much cleaner than it is right now, which is just, it's bad. I hate to say it, but and they know that, it's bad. It hurts the view up on the bluff. And if I was a homeowner there, I might, especially not one that, it's maybe my third or fourth property, I'd say, I'm not gonna do anything then, And we don't know that for sure, and that maybe shouldn't come into play, but really it does, I think in reality. So that's what I would suggest, is that we continue it, we give them the direction that, we'll go with glass, but it has to be consistent, it has to be a good detail, and they have to clean up the entire facade. That we can ask for, I think.
Well, we're now into the boat of designing on the dais at Planning Commission, because it's got to come back here. And we're going to have to review that again. And that can be problematic. We'll have people that haven't seen it before. So I'm wondering if it's beneficial to see if they want to come back to design review as a precursor, even if it's not an application through us, for us to, give them some heads up on their approach to it.
Then it goes back to ZA or what? So we still end up looking at
At design review, though. How about this? I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to move that we continue this item and that we direct staff to work with the applicant to develop a consistent facade for the rear where glass could be an element, provided that there's a uniform look and that it is in keeping with the overall style of the building. And I'll leave it up to staff and the applicant to determine on their own, as part of this direction, whether they want to go back to DRC or not. And that will be up to them. And then they could come back. Jonathan, are you okay with that motion before we finalize it?
I think that's clear direction.
Any second on that?
Second.
Okay, let's discuss this.
Can I mention something?
Yeah.
I just want to point out that based on what I heard from Zach in reading the requirement, I mean, it clearly in multiple locations talks about, we're practical to the best of the ability, stuff like that. So I hear you, Bart, loud and clear about being, compliant with the things. But I think the language of what he read, recognizes that there are practical issues there, so I think we are compliant in doing that.
Fair enough. Any other discussion? Mr. Crandall, you want to okay. Anybody else? Ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. All right. Well done, gentlemen. Thank you very much for this. And Zach, thank you very much. Jonathan, thank you. And audience, thank you. Thanks for bearing with us while we work through that. Okay. This takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is item 8B. It's another public hearing for project 24-127. It's the Ole Hansen Club Private Events at 105 West Avenida Pico. And this is a request for a conditional use permit 24-128, related to ongoing event operations at city-owned facility at 105 West Avenida Pico. I am going to start by asking if any commissioners have any disclosures that they want to make on this item. I do. I visited the site on Saturday evening. There was a wedding in progress. I had the opportunity to observe the wedding. I had the opportunity to hear the ambient noise. I also had the opportunity to speak to a neighbor that lived right across the street. That is Christopher Butler, was observing me, and we chatted. I also observed a city code compliance officer take noise readings while I was there as well. So that's my disclosure. Anybody have anything else?
So you're a wedding crasher?
I stood outside on the sidewalk. But thanks for letting me clarify that. Okay. Jonathan, are you providing the staff report?
I am, yes,
Great.
thank you, Chair.
Chair, if you,
Let me officially open the public hearing.
before you do that, if you could provide just slight details about the nature of the discussions that you had during the ex parte communications so that the audience has a general sense of the topics that you
Yeah,
discussed.
obviously, as a resident of that community, he shared his perspective of the event on his home.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can mention also, well, just so everybody is aware that might not know this, but we received quite a bit of correspondence through email to the entire commission on this matter, which we all have hard copies of up here.
Thank you.
So, great. Thanks. Jonathan, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll add that a redacted version of that correspondence is available at the back of the room for the public if anyone would like to inspect that. So the item in front of the commission now is related to the Ole Hansen Beach Club and a use permit consideration for the operation of private events at that facility. This image here is just an overview view of that facility. This is a city-owned facility and the first building built in North Beach. The location starred on the map on the left, and the coloration there indicates the zoning. There is a confluence of different zoning at this location. The blue is a public zone, the purple is mixed use. The orange and brown are residential medium and high residential area zones. The address is at 105 West Avenue Pico, and the overlays at play in this area are the architectural, pedestrian, and the North Beach Parking District overlay. The property is known as being one of the most significant works of Virgil Westbrook, the original architect for Ole Hansen in the city. And this area in particular was a specific design emphasis of Ole Hansen as a gateway into the city and was envisioned as an entertainment district in the 1920s. This slide reviews the timeline considerations related to the property, the lease, and then eventually the use permit. So I'm going to go through some of this information as I think it is important. At the very beginning, the Beach Club was dedicated to the city in 1927, as I mentioned, as a component of that entertainment district vision. The Beach Club is operated as a public pool and also as special events over that time. It's always been a public facility, and in 2011 through 2016, the facility was in desperate need of repairs and renovation, and so the city, at the beginning portion of that timeline, initiated design updates that addressed ADA compliance, as well as just basic structural needs of the building. The work was very expensive, and so the council in 2015 to 16 decided to no longer operate events on its own and to hand that over through an RFP process to a private operator. The council received 7 proposals that were reviewed in 2016 and elected to award the lease to 24 Carats to take over the operation of events, specifically within the lawn and second floor areas of that building. The city continues to operate the pool and also has offices and facilities at the lower level of the building. So the operations began at the end of 2016 under 24 Carats. There is an attachment 4 to the report that lays out some of the complaints, official complaints that the city's received. You'll see from that report that particularly towards the end of 2019, there was an increase in the number of complaints related to noise. Operations were limited, really stopped due to the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. And were still interrupted through the first portion of 2021. It was June of 2021 when some form of regularity to operations resumed. Around that same time, fall of 2021, the city enacted an ordinance related to special events. If you recall, there were some protests, et cetera, during COVID that inspired that. So related to the special event permit modifications, the city also introduced a new section of the code that covered commercial amplified sound. So in 2021, the regulations related to sound were modified. The city did receive an increase in complaints from neighboring properties over the past few years, 2022 to 2024 current. And so the city had engaged in discussions with both the tenant and neighbors trying to discuss different options to mitigate those complaints. We've not been fully successful in that. In December of 2023, the city's tenant, 24 Carats, submitted an application for a use permit. The original lease in 2016 had some text, this is referenced within the report, that indicated that following the issuance of that lease, that the operator would pursue a use permit for the purpose of regulating entertainment. Rewinding, so use permit application was submitted December 2023. And late May, the city worked with a vendor, Avidex, that does professional audio installation to install speakers at the beach club, both within the interior space of the upper floor as well as the deck where receptions typically occur. And finally, we are where that second to last box, June 2024, that's where we are today with the Planning Commission hearing. And I've noted as well that the end term of the lease is September 30th of 2026. And I'll note that the City Council recently had an item on their agenda to proactively discuss that timeline. This industry typically books events a year and a half out in advance, and so the council proactively provided notice to the tenant that they will not be extending that lease beyond the September 30th date. So the 2016 lease provided for some specifics regarding operations, not all elements of operations, but the elements that the council established through that lease were exclusive use of certain spaces, including the bridal suite and office on the ground floor, the community room on the ground floor on weekends, and priority use on weekdays, the exterior south lawn area, and all second floor areas of the clubhouse. Additionally, it covered hours of operation, including the business office, which was regular business operating hours Monday through Friday, and then for events to conclude by midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, and to conclude by 11 p.m. on all other days. It also included live and amplified entertainment to end 1 hour before the end of those events. So where it says that the event would end at 11, the music is supposed to be turned off by 10 p.m. according to the lease. So I referenced this language earlier. Section 7.03 of the lease states entertainment restrictions on the premises shall be determined by the required conditional use permit. I've noted here that unlike some other facilities in the city, the casino or Casa Romantica, a change of use was not proposed. The city had previously been operating events, including weddings, at this property. And as opposed to the casino or Casa Romantica that were introducing new uses that would bring into effect entertainment, weddings, et cetera, that were not occurring at that facility prior to their use permit applications. So the purview of the commission this evening is not to modify the lease, but to establish conditions that manage the entertainment and hopefully address the concerns that have been raised through complaints received by the city. So again, I provided an attachment for that details some of those code compliance cases, and the majority of those relate to noise, and that ties into a few different things. Amplified speeches, so whether that's the pastor doing the ceremony or speeches from the bridal party, the DJ, which is indoors, but with the concerns about the noise from the music there, and then finally just human noises, yelling, cheering, talking, and in particular late at night. Other items on this list have relation to operations, but there's some noise overlap with these as well. So setup and tear down, there's been complaints about where the load-in is occurring and the noise that's generated by load-out of these events as well. There's been some complaints about the live performances. Some ceremonies, not all, but some ceremonies have had live music, so steel drums or mariachi, and the city's received some complaints about those as well. Finally, the noise ordinance measures commercial entertainment at C-weighted decibel levels. Again, that did not go into place until 2021, but that is the current methodology that we'll be using and are using in evaluating noise at this facility. This provides just an image of the existing street scene. So you see the lawn in the center there, and on the far side of the lawn is typically where those ceremonies will take place, and then guests then move up into the upper level of that beach club. And to the left are residential structures, and generally the source of complaints or disturbance are people who are living in those areas. So the next three slides address actions that have been taken by the city before we arrived at this juncture. as well as requests by the tenant of what they think that they need in order to continue to operate well, as well as requests by the residents to address the noise and other issues that they've been experiencing within their homes. So to date, some of the things that have occurred is that there is now a requirement to use a tenant-sponsored DJ. Bridal parties can't bring in their own person to run the music. For a window of time during COVID, the city allowed for some outdoor dancing because of the COVID-era restrictions. That's no longer allowed. The city allowed for the tenant to replace the hardware on the windows, and so those are now lockable. There's a key. So those windows facing Boca de la Playa are now locked. The tenant no longer allows for disco balls within their standard list of contract options. The tenant also installed tint on windows, so those items address things that have been done related to lighting. The lawns are open until 1 hour before events. That is the statement. I'll say that I've heard from some neighbors that they're not seeing that always to be the case. Tuesdays, the city did enter into an amended contract. So the tenant had exclusive access 7 days a week, but post-COVID and as a part of the extension of the lease, the tenant did relinquish Tuesdays, so the city does operate city recreation classes now on Tuesdays. New bookings, all entertainment is to end at 10 p.m. moving forward, so even though the lease specifies until 11 p.m. On weekends, they are no longer allowing bookings to extend that late. And then finally, in the last month, the city did install Sonance speaker system with the assistance of Avidex, the professional installers. Those speakers are shown here on the right. The Pendulum speaker on the left is the indoor version, and the one on the right is the outdoor version. I know this graphic is a little bit small, but what it shows is some red X's. There's one red X on the lawn and then 4 red X's up on the second level. And one of the issues that was occurring is it's counterintuitive, but less speakers equals louder because you're using one speaker and having to turn it up higher to try to project across more space. And so there's some blue X's on this diagram, and this is also an attachment within the staff report. So there's more speakers now, but they are distributing volume to a tighter radius. And so the goal there is that they would not project as loudly beyond the facility. So some of the neighbor asks are referenced on this slide. I'll go through those. That's to prohibit the MC or DJ from encouraging yelling or cheering, to prohibit horns and drums and other instruments that produce high-pitched sounds or repetitive spikes in volume, to reduce speaker volume so that music and speeches cannot be heard from residences, to discontinue any band or amplified activity outdoors at the Ole Hansen Beach Club, to require sound and parking studies, as was done during reviews of the Miramar and Casino, to review parking, traffic, loading zones. Currently, there's no acceptable loading zones or load-in area for a commercial business, to reduce the total amount of time residents are impacted, to limit the size or style of events, and to specify on-site staffing requirements. Some asks of the tenant are sufficient volume for wedding guests to hear officiants and speeches, sufficient volume for indoor dancing, accounting for not absorption of bodies in the space, support for cultural ceremonies which involve some form of live entertainment like a mariachi band, and a reliable loading or unloading zone. On the loading or unloading, there's an exhibit within the staff report, and staff has provided some options and is looking for the commission to discuss and provide a recommendation. So staff hasn't provided a recommendation on this specifically. There's 4 options that are referenced here. Currently, the load-in and load-out is occurring on Boca de la Playa, and that is at the recommendation of city engineering staff and Orange County Sheriff's staff. The second option is off of Avenida Pico. That would require some reconfiguration of angle-in parking spots, which would likely result in a loss of a parking spot, so we'd have to address that with the Coastal Commission. The third is removing a portion of the lawn that's adjacent to what is currently red curbed area. and having a back-in loading area. And then option 4 is in the rear lot, so that's downslope of the beach club, where there are some parking spaces indicated there. So each of those has some pros and cons. There's proximity differences between them. There's grade differentials between those. And so, again, staff is looking for the commission to have a discussion and provide a recommendation on the preferred location. The function of this use permit is to establish conditions and conditions that are clear and enforceable. A sample of some of those are referenced here. And the remainder are within Exhibit A of Attachment 1. And I'll note as well that Exhibit B is not so much a staff recommendation, but an applicant provided list of contracts that they have in place already that don't comply with what these conditions would establish. So for instance, before moving into the agreement to end events earlier, they have a number of events listed with dates in that Exhibit B that indicate that they have a contract that extends to the lease allowed 11 p.m. time, for instance. So that's an applicant provided list that I just want to draw your attention to. Finally, for the commission and audience's benefit, the noise ordinance is outside of the zoning code. It's within our Title 8. So Chapter 8.48 addresses the decibel limits. There's a transition citywide after 10 p.m. and between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. for a quieter window of time. So commonly we'll have conditions related to any kind of amplified or acoustic that tie to that 10 p.m. window of time. And in this case, how this table is set up is the receiver property is going to have different volume standards. So the casino property is not going to have the same volume limitations as a residential property. So just providing that for reference. And finally, moving into the recommendation, staff recommends that the Planning Commission determine that this project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15301 as a Class 1 existing facility and adopt Resolution PC 24-016 approving this use permit, but noted with any conditions that are added, deleted, or modified, as we expect that to be something that could occur this evening, and with direction from the commission as to a preferred loading or unloading area, noting as well that some of those things would not be, staff wouldn't be able to implement immediately. The grass being the most obvious one, we would have to work with city management to identify funds to do a project like that to cut out a portion of the grass, if that was the preferred route, as an example. So that concludes the staff presentation, and we do have a representative of the tenant available as well who would like to provide a presentation.
Very good. Why don't we, so without objection, like just go to the applicant or? Yeah. So why don't we hear from the applicant? And I don't have a speaker card for you, do I?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was, but I will provide.
If you could, just for the record, so we can put your name in it. So if you don't mind just sharing that in 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name is Lynn Wagner. I am the Chief Business Development Officer and main contact for the city for 24 Carats. Do you have the PowerPoint at all?
It's coming.
Okay. I first just wanted to say that my PowerPoint replicates a lot of Jonathan's information, so I won't go through it all. But the main point that we're in a really tough situation in that we were awarded to operate this lease as an event venue and really stuck in a tricky situation in that when we first began, we're only given the lease determinations in terms of how we were to operate the space. We were told the CUP wasn't in place because it was a city-owned property, and we continued to operate the space as best as we could, adapting as much as we could based off of what we have promised the existing clients and contracts based off of what the lease determined, and trying to execute that the best we can was still trying to be as sympathetic and adaptable as we could to the neighbors. We struggled through the process, and I can kind of go through, maybe go to the next slide if you don't mind. Jonathan provided a timeline, so I won't go through this. But when we first started operating and during times we tried to set parameters for speaker sounds, limit our DJs, did a number of different things. And unfortunately, just the way that the properties are set, different weather, different ambient sounds throughout the neighborhood, even when we set a limit and we're abiding by it, it would amplify in ways that were unpredictable to us. And so we really tried to struggle. So this new speaker system, which I'll talk to more about later, I think will really mitigate a lot of that fluctuation that we've been struggling with. Another point that I just wanted to mention was that in March of 2019, we were extended by the city's suggestion, the exclusive right to reserve the whole southeast exterior yard area as an outdoor event venue from sunrise to sunset, and the exclusive use of the entire exterior lawn Thursday through Sunday from sunset to sunrise. We do not do that. We don't intend to, and it is in a number of the public comments, but we try and we push back our ceremony setup as late as we can in terms of when the florist has to come and start designating things and setting it up. The lawn is still open to the public. We try and break it down as quickly as possible after that ceremony concludes, given the timeline of how the staff is operating in the space and taking care of all of that. So you can go ahead to the next slide. And again, I won't go through all of these items because they were listed out through Jonathan's as well. But I just wanted to reiterate, again, our sympathies into the situation that both the neighbors and we have been put in this, and trying to operate the best we can in this scenario, given what we've been provided in operating this effective space as an event venue. And it is pretty hard because there's some things that we're trying to do and it's really out of our control, and we're trying to be the best that we can in this. We, as a company, we pride ourselves in hospitality, and it pains us that we're in this constant battle and encumbering people when we're doing the best we can to do this. So I believe the next slide is in regards to the speakers. I just wanted to say that again, I think that these speakers are going to be great for a number of the concerns that the neighbors do have, but unfortunately the way that they were calibrated aren't compatible at this point. We struggle with a number of, with the audibleness in different areas. There's a couple videos that we can play. The first two are on the west deck. Currently there are speakers only in the side closest to the building, and there are no speakers on the side closest to the ocean. So the city is working to have another speaker there, so it could be a supplemental speaker. But in the meantime, we're kind of struggling with what we can do. So either we need to immediately recalibrate those or use some supplemental speakers in the meantime. And it's the last thing I want to talk about with all this noise concern. But I just wanted to mention it before I go to some of the other points.
I will say I don't think I have sound.
Okay, well then I can send it and you can view it on another time. But basically it is inaudible when you're in the ocean side, and we'll kind of talk through the flow if you have more questions of how events flow in the space. But typically we do have dinner and like father-daughter dance, toast, things like that on the west deck, and the bride and groom are typically sat with the ocean on their backhand side, and they can't hear those toasts. So the next slide I have a testament from our DJ discussing an event in specifics about how it was inaudible and just the frustrations with the new speakers and the need to calibrate those. I believe there's just one other, the last slide is what we propose for the adjustments for the speakers. It is one speaker that would be set low below the deck, and it would be set to limits. And if we're not able to recalibrate immediately, this is what we would like to do in that coverage time. I did also want to address a couple points on the CUP just for consideration as we're discussing them, if this is the best time to address that. And I think that they are covered, but I did have some questions on 7.9. There's in the live entertainment section, it specifies that live entertainment may only consist of live and recorded music. Live entertainment, including DJs, bands, shall only be provided indoors unless approved pursuant to condition 716. And 716 talks about the strings and things like that. There's an additional 722 that talks about not operating any new events with the live music outside. I just wanted to make a point that currently, as we have booked clients, there's no physical way that we can entertain everybody in the small ballroom space. We rarely ever have 200 guests. Our typical guest count is around 100, 120. We have a lot of smaller weddings of 25, 50, but there's no way to dine and gather the people to do some of those ceremonial moments like the father-daughter dances and to be sitting and toasting everybody during your dinner in that ballroom space. So we're open to the discussion, and the speaker system, I think, will very much help that in terms of the amplification in that moment in the West Deck section, but there is a need to have some amplification and some live music, background music for the dinner, as well as toasts and things like that. And I know that toasts are a point of contention with some of the neighbors, but I do think the speaker system will help limit that quite a bit. The point 726, okay, sorry, the 726 applies to what I just talked about. And then 729 talks about that the MCDJ will advise in writing that they will not be asked to encourage event guests to yell. I can attest that it's not an encouragement to yell, but as I'm sure you've attended weddings, when the couple comes out for their first entrance, there is an audible cheering, and there are some things that while we can absolutely encourage people not to yell and cheer in that, it is a wedding ceremony, and there are some limitations into what we can tell people to not vocally express of their excitement for different weddings and ceremonial moments. So there is some struggle that we have in that of just how we can readily attain that in an effective manner. So that is all I have.
All right, thank you for sharing your presentation. I have 6 public speaker cards, and yes?
Do we need to do questions first?
We can do questions. I thought I would just roll in the comments.
That's
and
fine.
Just do questions afterwards. Yep. Great. There's time to submit a blue card if you're a member of the audience who want to speak. I will call 3 speakers up at a time. If you want to just line up over here, and then we can just cue you, and then we can get them moving. First speaker tonight will be Matthew Gordon, followed by Ken Pochecki, and then Amanda Q.
Come on up.
Yep. Matthew Gordon?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was the one in the second video that we were going to play. So I am one of the DJs on the contracted partner team, NFX Productions. I've been with them since August of 2022. So I was actually there when Lynn was, when we installed the system originally. So I'm more speaking to the implementation of the speaker system that we have at Ole Hansen now. When I was there, we tested it with the windows closed at almost full volume for the speaker's capacity, so to say. And at the curb, Amanda Bartel, who is another 24 Carat employee, didn't have any reading above that 55 decibel limit. So the thing that occurred in the meantime, a couple days later, the city came in and we went to one of the residents' balconies, not myself, but one of my colleagues, and tuned down the system to basically not hear any peep of noise. Obviously, given the location of the venue, the ocean makes noise, there's birds, there's people in general talking and playing on the lawn. So to have that 55 decibel limit without any music at all the readings were above that as is. So I do believe that the limit that's set in place that is a bit on the unachievable side. It's talking right now is 60-ish, 65 decibels. So as Lynn was mentioning, with a wedding, guests behavior is more or less unpredictable. We can only control certain aspects like the volume of the music and how much us as DJs are on the microphone outside, but it is a wedding, it's a celebration. For example, if I come closer to the mic, I get louder. So if you're a father of the bride giving a toast and you hold the mic down here, everything's quiet, and then all of a sudden holds it up here, that quick spike in amplification isn't something we can really control. So the current level of the system, the other thing from a technical aspect, as a DJ, given the premium price point that we give to our clients there, it should sound good. And with the limits placed on it, you do want to have a little bit of what they call headroom, because the last thing us DJs want to do is have our systems fully maxed out at their volume and have the system not sound great. So initially when we tuned the speaker system, it sounded perfect and it was more than plenty loud. But the other problem is when the city is there tuning the system to a limiter, there's not people in the building. So that ambient noise of people conversing and talking on the dance floor is not there. So we kindly ask that the city revisit that option and increase it back to its capacity so that we have a successful event. As well as outside, kind of echoing what she said, the speakers are all placed in an area that's closer to the doorways, and where the couple is closer to the ocean, so that doesn't really make it possible to use that system outdoor without an extra speaker.
Thank you for your comments. Ken Pacheco, followed by Amanda Q.
Yes, sir. Hello, Planning Commission. Good to see y'all. We appreciate your service. I'm a North Beach resident and a North Beach Community Association member. As a 501(c), the North Beach Community Association is working to make our neighborhood, North Beach, a neighbor-friendly, business-friendly, and visitor-friendly environment. So all these things are really important to us. I would say that I've lived there since 2017, so the past wedding venues are not neighborhood-friendly at all. We do appreciate the city taking action, so thank you, Jonathan. I know you're working to help improve this. There's a few open items as I see it. People screaming, drunk, and fighting on the front lawn while flowing out of the facility late in the evenings. 24 Karat does not have people that can handle that, and they are potentially driving away drunk, which may be a liability to our city. Chairs and facades being set up early, tore down late in the night, causing a lack of use in the morning for residents, and late night disturbances. And I really don't trust that we've sorted the noise issue. I understand they need to provide a great wedding. I would want a great wedding, but they need to be neighborhood friendly. I'm sorry, that is a neighborhood. It is not a disco lounge. It is not a place to have disruptive parties. It's a neighborhood. So they need to think about that in what they do. I will note that the privately held casino is a great neighbor. They hold to a high standard and we have no noise issues. And when we do, Linda fixes it immediately. I mean, it's done. So I'd appreciate you not rushing into a decision, as we have really only just received this cup for review. You've already heard some things that maybe all of us don't agree with. Please take some quality time personally to review the situation with community members and other stakeholders. This will help us all to make a good decision on how to let 24 Carats operate. For now, avoiding disruptions to the neighborhood, and by holding 24 Carats to a higher neighborhood-friendly operational standard until the expiration of the contract. So please look at this with the thought that our beach club is located in a residential neighborhood. In the end, we need this to be a community and neighborhood-friendly beach club location. So thank you. We appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for your comments. Amanda Q, followed by decline to state name, followed by Catherine Golden.
Great. As a San Clemente resident of over 50 years, I grew up at North Beach. I've always been concerned about any issues or any problems that arise in our North Beach area. And this isn't the first time that this has been a problem. The noise concerns have been going back to 2016. And the San Clemente residents have been objecting to lease terms of 24 carats at Ole Hansen Beach Club. It seems that there has been a lack of due diligence in submitting a conditional use permit from the beginning in 2016. Then when 24 carat lease was extended in 2021, the city staff did not do a thorough review of the lease, and a conditional use permit was not completed. In 2021, other San Clemente residents voiced their concerns regarding the extension of their lease. Public comments were basically ignored by the previous council members. I appreciate the North Beach Community Association in submitting their public comments and regarding their legitimate concerns about the noise levels, amplified sounds, indoor and outdoor. This has been an ongoing problem to local residents and businesses. The noise levels not only affect the North Beach area, but the surrounding areas. The bluffs create a natural amphitheater where sound travels to surrounding areas. Another example would be the noise coming from the cars revving up or speeding up at the car show on Saturday mornings, where sound travels from the outlets all the way to Maxburg Park and beyond. So that's a big, huge concern. Due to the lack of the city and the 24 carats doing its due diligence, there should be some remediation, sound, such as doing a sound study or EIR, CEQA, regarding the sound noise pollution on that. When listening to the applicant, she had mentioned something about because it was a city-owned property, it seemed like there should be an exception to a conditional use permit. So I don't understand why that wasn't, why there would be an exception to that. It should be, everybody, any residents or business should be abiding by the noise level ordinance that we have. There's no exceptions on that. I appreciate the North Beach Community Association and other San Clemente residents that have come forward to speak in objection. As a long-time resident, we have been wanting a take back of our public spaces. This is where I first learned how to swim. Dewey's owner, Alex Haynes, St. Clemente High School resident, alumni of mine, learned how to swim and learn how to play music there. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker has a declined to state name. Is that person here? Or they don't know? Okay, I'm going to move on. Catherine Golden, followed by Christopher Butler.
Yes. Good evening, gentlemen. Oh, am I starting?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you put the time back, please? Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Catherine Golden, and I wanted to know first if all of you read my email. Thank you. I have copies right here if you have not read it. I am not going to address the issues in my email because all of those issues have to do about how incompetent the CUP is. It is written horribly, and we should not have to get that 131-page document 6 days before this hearing and prepare everything we need to prepare when that thing is organized horribly. There are contradictions in it. It has open-ended language. It is vague. It needs to be specific, and it has one definition on one page and another definition on another page. And I implore you, please, to have that thing rewritten and gone over with a fine-tooth comb, because it is not comprehensible and it is unfair to all of the North Beach residents to have to go through that thing and comprehend it and then come in here, and I've used a minute of my time trying to explain this, and come in here and have to rebut everything that is in there when we can't even determine, is this the right definition? Is this the right criteria? Which one is it? And it is not our job to figure it out. So I implore you to do that. And I am asking for a continuance just based on that. And before I even get into that, I mean, that alone should provide us with a continuance. And if you're going to give someone a continuance having to do with a guardrail, I would think that you would be able to give the North Beach residents a continuance when they have been waiting and waiting and waiting for a revision or some type of rules that can save us from all of this noise and all of the other things that I have put in my email, because they are not even in that document. And when did you or Jonathan or the council meet with us to discuss with us what we wanted to have in the CUP? A lot of the things that we want are not even in the CUP. So if you are agreeable to revise the CUP and have a new CUP, we would like to address whoever's writing it. We would like to meet in person before you start writing it and at least have some feedback on what we would like to have. We are the ones that live with this 7 days a week and have been living with it for years. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Christopher Butler is our final speaker, so if anyone else wants to speak, please bring us your blue card. Christopher Butler, thank you.
Thank you. Dear Commissioners, my name is Christopher Butler. I am the president of the North Beach Community Association. I appreciate your time and service to our community. Hope you all have had the chance to read the written response myself and fellow residents have submitted. Common sentiment, just like Ms. Golden said, is seems to be a lot of disorganization, inconsistencies, and certain items just don't follow each other or contradict each other. I don't see how a CUP could be finalized tonight, considering what we've seen in the documents so far. It takes a lot of discussion and review, especially since I understand that you all have not seen anything or heard anything about this issue until last week, considering we submitted this originally to the city that there was no CUP over a year ago, and then technically there's been no CUP since 2018. So this isn't just about somebody trying to get a CUP, it's somebody operating a lease that specifies they have to have a CUP to protect those and state those conditions, but they're not there. Normally we would have this room filled, but because of the way it was submitted to us and the link errors to the documents, many people were not able to review the documents and provide a written response, and because of the special hearing, be here tonight. That's the other consideration. This is over 8 years in the making. We're asking for your support to continue the item tonight, so we have time to review this with the city, as well as for you all to have time to review this with the city and ask for clarifications and feedback. And hopefully we can get everybody's information in there and then have time to look at a revision, possibly sometime in August would make sense for everybody. If you cannot do that tonight, I'd like you to take a couple things into consideration. This is a change of use. The operator is somebody that's taken over to make us a for-profit location, and we're asking for immediate relief. Ten's been operating without a CP for 8 years. By their own admission tonight, the sound does not work the way they have it. They know it's affecting everybody, but they say they can't operate their business in that capacity without affecting everybody else. That's a huge consideration that should have been taken into consideration during the remodel, because once the remodel happened, it expanded the capacity and the ability of the building, but never was studied after that fact. There was a major renovation and therefore should have an EIR attached to it. Just wanted to talk about the city has stated numerous times that we're only encompassing the entertainment component of this lease. As I said in my letter, entertainment, this 24 Carats is an entertainment company, and these are entertainment activities. Entertainment is defined in the dictionary as the action of providing or being provided with amusement or enjoyment, an event or performance activity designed to entertain others, and third, the action of receiving a guest or guests providing them with food or drink. It's not just a band playing or somebody singing. It's any of those components. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you for your comments. Okay, the applicant has 3 minutes if you want to use it to come and address any of the comments you heard from the public. You decline that? Okay. All right, commission questions? To staff. Or the applicant if you have any, but primarily staff.
You know how
Yeah, Commissioner Davis, lead off.
Going on. All right. What was the city using the space for pre-2016? Same type of events?
So before 2016, the pool obviously was running in the same way that it does today, but the city was handling reservations. So our Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Division rents out a number of spaces throughout the city. We have the community center and parks and other areas, and at this facility, they would do the rentals as well. They did have a variety of events that occurred there, including weddings among them, but it would also be community events, a broad range that occurred in that location. The city has never had catering services or a DJ on staff, so in the instances when the city had reservations for events of a wedding nature, it would be third parties that were providing the services for those events.
So when they did the lease, they were pretty much continuing business as normal? I'd say, right?
Yes, with the
Okay.
obvious exception that the reservation program and all those components were no longer handled by the city.
Event-wise, it was the same functions?
Correct.
Okay. And then what's the city planning on doing with it post-2026?
Yeah.
Weddings?
So I think that's to be determined.
Okay.
And that'll be managed by the city's Beaches, Parks, and Rec team.
Okay. What about complaints like 2013? Were there not DJs and toasts going on? And I know when I grew up.
Yeah, so I did not pull up the record going back that far. I imagine that we have had some complaints, but anecdotally, there have been more complaints since the change in management.
Maybe, that would be interesting to see because I can't believe that their wedding is different than the city's weddings, like over time. I think maybe it's just now it's a third party, so the city has maybe a different ear on it, my opinion. That's my thing is I just run businesses. I couldn't imagine what they have to go through, or the residents, frankly. It's kind of a lose-lose here right now, in my opinion. So what about, it seems that 24 Karat has given a lot of concessions already to the city, not using certain things at certain times. That's in their leash right. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they've already conceded quite a bit. Did they get a discount on their lease terms or payments or anything because of those concessions?
There have been some modifications to the lease over time, so the city gave some consideration during COVID, not just to them, but to most of our tenants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now what in noise, obviously the wind is such an effect in the temperature outside on noise and that kind of thing. Is there noise complaints because of kids in pools, in these pools, screaming and whatnot?
I wasn't looking for complaints of that nature.
Just curious, yeah.
But also, I would say that where the pool is located has the building directly in front of it. So I don't expect that we have many of that nature.
It's dampened down pretty good. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Crandall, you have questions for staff? No? Vice Chair Camp?
I have a couple, but I'll have more most likely. So who's the applicant here? Is it the city or is it because we heard from the tenant, but doesn't this run with the property?
It does. It's a unique situation. Typically, use permits, the city will field applications from either a tenant or from the property owner, but to your point, use permits typically run with the land. I've been specific in this report that this use permit is to govern the private operations. City-run operations do not require use permits.
Interesting. So when the lease expires, whoever comes in after will have to live with the same conditions that are being imposed.
If there were to be another tenant after that, then they would. But the council has already directed that it'll be city-run at that point. So it would be, the city would not be subject to these terms, and yet the city also would be able to make changes on the fly by council or management direction without a governing contract that stipulates certain operating provisions.
So don't we potentially have the same problem? When this tenant is terminated, assuming, the city's gonna do something with that property, right?
Yeah, fair point. So to that end, the city has been proactive. We paid for the installation, the city did, of the speaker system, which is a fairly expensive speaker system. The city is investing nearly $40,000 in the sound upgrades at this facility, largely because we know that we'll be operating there in the future. And so understanding that we also want to provide good quality space, but also trying to handle proactively those same concerns.
So the city has multiple properties. Are all of those required to have a conditional use permit to be used?
So there is a use permit for Casa Romantica. And again, in that situation, the city is not the operator. There's a third-party operator. Again, unique to that circumstance is that use permit went into effect after a complete change of use and bringing in a cultural center and uses that have not occurred at that facility in the past. But for city-run spaces like the community center, as an example, where you still can have special events, there is no use permit.
Interesting. Okay, so there's weddings, or this is primarily with regard to weddings, I assume, that are scheduled through 26, right? Because they're scheduled out in advance. There's not currently a CUP. Weddings are continuing to happen on a regular basis, I assume?
Correct.
Without a CUP. The residents are asking for a continuance. So, which, you know, maybe that's what we do, but in the meantime, the weddings continue to happen, right? And there's going to be, I guess I'm kind of wondering how, if this goes out for a while in terms of trying to figure out what to do. Sounds like you guys have a little cleanup to do on your conditions or the way the CUP is written. Doesn't that hurt the residents to not have anything in the meantime? I mean, 26 is not that long, the way the years spin by. So, I don't know, it seems like a stopgap or something that we're trying to come up with. I don't know if I have a question there, but I just want to make an observation, I guess. Also, you mentioned that the property is zoned, as we know, for entertainment. What is allowed by right in that zone? And are there any conditions on that right? I'm assuming not.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the zoning is public for that land, and public is public facilities. However, the public zoning doesn't cover recreation type facilities. So even the pool itself is non-conforming. So the use of the beach club under the current zoning designation of the parking lot and the beach club is non-conforming. So we'd be referring to our non-conforming ordinance in this case, which allows continuance of existing uses so long as there is not a lapse or a change. So if that facility, became an administrative office that is a permitted use in the public zone, then it would be inconsistent to go back to a beach club use, which is probably an issue with a cleanup of our coastal land use plan. But that's the current zoning is public.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have for now.
All right. Commissioner McCann?
Yeah. They talk about a 131-page CUP. In our packet, we have the conditions of approval. Is that kind of the operative and important part of it relative to us in our, because we didn't get the whole 131 pages.
Correct. So the packet as a whole is 131 pages, but that includes the staff report and all attachments. The CUP, as far as operations for any business goes, really comes down to Exhibit A of Attachment 1 in your report. So yes, the conditions of approval are the operating or governing standards of the CUP.
Got it. That's, well, you talked about the loading location. We haven't really talked about that yet. Is the city recommending the grass conversion location? Is that what you guys are kind of recommending?
We, given some of the various considerations and concerns, we haven't taken a strong recommendation in that. I think that really each of those have pros and cons. So we're open to each. The consideration for the commission would be more of speed of implementation possibilities. So the grass would be the slowest for speed of implementation, but also would probably be the cleanest long-term solution where there's a dedicated space that's not impacting parking in any way and would have the ability for a vehicle, for instance, to back up, drop off at a grade that is the primary grade for entry into the building.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Yeah, Vice Chair Camp has a follow-up question.
So the applicant, when she spoke, said that there have been some sort of conditions imposed on them already that they've been trying to abide by. So my question would be, what are the differences between, let's say, the lease agreement, and if it's that specific, and these conditions that they've been agreeing to? And does that, lead us to the potential of, breaking a lease even? If it's sort of trying to deal with these things piecemeal, it sounds like.
So the lease only governs the spaces they can use. It allows for live and amplified entertainment, and it governs the hours of operation. I think that we would be in a position of concern if we were, if the commission, related to your question of breaking the lease, I don't think that we can violate the lease terms by imposing a condition that's contrary to the lease, for instance, saying you cannot operate at this space or at this day that the lease provides for. But the conditions are not items that are addressed within the lease. So, the types of live entertainment are not discussed within the lease. Windows, doors, speaker locations, none of that is addressed within the lease.
So it's pretty open-ended. Okay.
Yeah, so I think that kind of sums it up. We've got a lease that is very broad, and we have an operator that's getting feedback, and there's iteration with the staff to try and trial and error improve over time. But we still have issues, and the purpose of this proceeding is to actually bring the two parties together, work through those, and put those in a conditions of approval for a conditional use permit so that the operator has clearer direction. That's essentially that's why we're here, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to echo a little bit of one of our public speakers. I think it was Catherine Golden. Jonathan, I want to see if you agree. In the staff report, and I'm just going to use one example. There's a few I could pick. I'm just going to pick one. On page 10, there's a summary of the condition of approvals in the form of some bullets. For example, it'll say, condition of approval 7.18, the operator shall have the following staff on site during all events: venue manager, assistant venue manager, and 1 security personnel for every 50 guests. Okay, if you look at the actual condition of approval 7.18, it reads, the operator shall have the following staff on site during all events: venue manager or assistant venue manager, lead server, and 2 security personnel. So they're not congruent. And that's in conflict with 7.12, around having a minimum of 2 security personnel at all times where live entertainment is conducted. And then we've got a number of these throughout here. So I think that public comment actually is fairly illuminating and accurate. So that leads me to not wanting to necessarily bring the two parties together here tonight. I think that we might be better served. Jonathan, so my question to you is, how do you feel about a continuance with the opportunity for you to facilitate a discussion with the residents and the operator to see if that you guys could merge concern with operational process to some kind of reasonable consensus, and maybe where there can't be one, those differences could be brought back here and we could kind of work from there. What does that approach sound like to you?
Staff's not concerned with a continuance if that's the will of the commission to address the earlier statement that was made. The operative position of that would be that there are no conditions that would go into effect today.
What timeline do you think you guys could come back to us? Think August?
Yeah, one of the public commenters mentioned August. The first council and commission meeting of August are canceled, so I believe that would be August 21st. So it would be the third week of August.
So with notice and getting us stuff out in advance, would that give you adequate time?
Yeah, we actually, if it's a continued to a date certain, we don't need to reproduce all of the noticing materials, but that would give sufficient time certainly to have meetings.
That's helpful. I'm kind of feeling like, we have a path to go down. We can either start to go through every one of these and start vetting them and trying to reconcile them, or I think what the public is saying is, we really weren't involved. We would like to be involved, and we think we could come back with a better work product. Okay, I'm open to that. I would like to then just also maybe talk to you about the second item that you asked us to look at, which is the actual loading, unloading locations. That's on page 9. There's 4 of them. I don't know if these are questions, but maybe more just a stream of consciousness. What I heard from the public is that there's 2 factors. One is the presence of the truck and where it's located and whether it inhibits traffic or what have you. And then the second is more or less the noise, especially the unloading at night. So from that perspective, I'm looking at all of these and thinking, to actually achieve the optimal condition simply that criteria, I would be more favorable inclined to number 4, because that would push a lot of the sound of the ramp, the hand trucks going over the corrugated ramp, people who are working at chit-chatting, it would push it on the other side of the building. And at night, at midnight, I could see how that could travel, and having that in 1, 2, or 3, I don't think. I think 3. Yeah. So
3 works.
If we were to do it in 3, do you think, though, that would alleviate the noise concern? It seems like it gets it out of the way, but what do you think about the noise? And I don't think we'll decide tonight. I think we can continue it, but I just wanted to get just your preliminary thought on 3 versus 4.
Sure. Yeah, I think that locationally, like, you're going to naturally have the least amount of noise at 4. Okay. You're going to have some other challenges at that location that we'll have to address. So, as an example, the tenant had attempted to relocate to some other areas to address initial complaints about using Boca de la Playa, and upon parking or using a parking stall, as indicated in this location, the platform from the truck was hit and damaged by another vehicle. So I think that 4 would still put us in a spot where we need to make some level of modifications to the parking lot or areas in order to not cause damage to the trucks or other vehicles in the parking lot. And then the other consideration is that there is a slope from that location to cart material uphill.
One last thing. What I heard from the public was they didn't have concerns about the casino, in effect, operating the same kind of events. Are there restrictions off the top of your head that the casino has that lend to that satisfaction that may not be present here?
Sure. So the casino, when they went through their use permit process, different venue, obviously, different considerations at that different property. But they do conduct their ceremonies outdoors as well. But those ceremonies are more, they're on the alley side. So from the positioning of where these residences are, the building is largely between where the predominant ceremonies are in that location. Otherwise, the condition of like dancing is also indoors only for that facility. They have gotten some special event permits for outdoor amplified events, but those are pretty rare.
Okay. I guess I just thought of something with that answer. So the venue's kind of in effect on the other side. I know we have a historical building. We have renovated it, however. Did the staff consider putting in some kind of a plexiglass barrier on the north, or it would be the south wall of the upper deck of the beach club that would provide maybe some barrier to noise? Did you guys look at that as part of when you looked at the speaker system and so forth?
We could take a look at it. That would open up, we would need to go through another permit process related to that. So we'd need to go through the cultural heritage permit process to evaluate Secretary of the Interior compliance.
Right, okay. All right, well, I don't want to drag this out, so let me, Okay, Commissioner Davis.
All right. So with that said, long-term, maybe it is a good idea to study maybe putting something as a barrier and help with the sound. I know sound's a big thing. 11 o'clock at night, you could hear people just chatting, super easy. So maybe long-term. So looking at long-term for the loading and unloading. If we do extend this meeting and this hearing till August, maybe you could come down with what the city would want long-term as far as your unloading zone, considering sound, considering parking, considering all the residents, because that's what that's about right there. Also, has there been any discussion with the city or consideration of letting the organizer or the tenant out of the lease? If we're taking, or the city's taking over and doesn't want the lease renewed, obviously the city has interest in the property. And it might be that they can't work in this confined space of making everybody happy. Maybe it'd be something to consider, and it might be a win-win on both sides, because, 2 years is a quick time. They're going to have to find another venue. So just a thought on that. Anyway, that's all I got.
Okay, let me take a poll. Where are we, what's the, oh, I thought that was not a question. Okay, Jonathan, sorry, go ahead.
Regarding the first portion, yes, we can take a look at the longer-term options. I would probably be the primary one taking a look at the compatibility of modifications to the building. Samantha, our Director of Parks and Recreation, would be the one, if we want to get a targeted response of what is the preferred location for future city operations of loading and loading. Parks and Rec is the appropriate department to respond to that. And then as far as, a buyout of the lease, that wouldn't be a consideration under my purview or the commission's, but that is something that, the city management could approach the tenant and review whether or not there was an appetite for that. But that is beyond our purview.
Just a gentle reminder to the commission that if staff questions are finishing and you're moving into discussion, we need to close the public
I think we
hearing.
are at that point. Unless there are any final questions, Commissioner Crandall.
I've got a question actually for Zach.
Mr. Ponson, do you mind stepping up and sharing the podium? Thank you.
It'll be an easy one, a softball.
That's fine.
To engineer, put out an RFP, get the funding, How long does it take to get a ramp in that lawn, do you think? A year?
Estimated cost on that ramp area is probably 30,000 plus or minus 5,000, because it's probably gonna be the Ardo historic block to match the historic building. Given that cost, it doesn't have to go to council. It could be under city manager approval. We would have to put out an RFP though, get estimates, and look at that. So you're looking at a couple months.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah. There's not much to a design. We're gonna call out city standard for the.
Does something
most of
like
it.
that have to go through coastal?
I would communicate with coastal staff to discuss, so I don't have an immediate response.
Delay.
Yeah. I don't think that it would require a CDP, but I would discuss the appropriate avenue with them.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me take a quick poll. How are we leaning towards continuance? Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and make a motion then that we, I didn't close it, I'm going to keep it open because we're continuing it. Is that all right? Okay. So I'm going to move that we continue this item, the project 24-127 Ole Hansen Beach Club private events, and the CUP 24-128 until August 21st?
21st, correct.
21st, with direction to staff to please meet with the North Beach Community Homeowners Association group, as well as the operator, review the staff report, resolve any, to the degree you can, differences and inconsistencies in the report, and then return with hopefully a consensus report, or at least you can indicate where there's not a consensus. And maybe also where Commissioner Crandall is going with respect to the, was it option 3, you were thinking the ramp?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you could come back with, well, what would the implementation of that look like versus, say, number 4? Is that okay with everybody?
Second.
Okay, second from Commissioner McCann. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimous. We continue to August 21st. Thank you, everybody, for being here and your public comments. We appreciate it, and appreciate you working with the staff and the operator. Thank you. Do we want a break? Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break before our next item, which is going to be the Hotel Comente and Loretta's Restaurant. 5-minute break.
Well, it's all up here.
Thank you, everybody. I'd like to call back to order this special meeting of the City of San Clemente Planning Commission. And this brings us to item 8C. This is a public hearing for project 23-262. It's the Hotel Clemente and Loretta's Restaurant. It's at 225 to 229 Avenida Del Mar and 232 to 234 Avenida Granada. We're looking at 4 actions tonight. First is a request to consider a cultural heritage permit, 23-263, for the rehabilitation adaptive reuse of a historic resource, and a development permit, DP 24-258, for the demolition of a duplex at 232 Avenida Granada and the construction of 2 new buildings to establish a 28-room boutique hotel, rooftop lounge, and specialty restaurant with indoor and outdoor seating. The project will merge 5 lots into 1 parcel for development. A conditional use permit, that's item number 3, CUP 23264, is requesting for the sale of on-site full-service alcohol, outdoor courtyard seating, amplified music, valet parking service, and the use of vehicle lifts and parking demand modifications with shared parking, and architectural elements that exceed the maximum height for the zoning district. Which takes us to a minor conditional use permit, MC UP 24-260, which is requesting to allow the elevator towers to exceed a maximum height for the zoning district. And the project site overall is located at 22.5 to 22.9 Avenida Del Mar and 22 to 23.4 Avenida Granada. So that's a lot tonight for this item, and we are excited to get started. I will, first of all, open the public hearing and ask my colleagues if there's any disclosures or ex parte communications anyone wants to share. No? None? Okay. I have none, other than just the obvious that this has been through design review, and 3 of us have had that participation. Okay, so John Campa is here to provide the staff report. John, can I turn it over to you?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Cosgrove, Planning Commissioners. John Champ will be presenting the Hotel Clemente and Loretta's Restaurant project. Just to give you a little overview of what we'll be discussing this evening, we'll introduce it with the project description, as well as go over the zoning and land use, site plan discussion, discuss the design and architecture of the project, as well as the parking, alcohol service and amplified music request, and then provide a conclusion and recommendation. So here we have the project description and scope, which is encompassing a 20-unit hotel, which also has a basement for meeting room and roof deck, which would be accessible to guests only. We then have a restaurant, which would have 130 seats, of which 32 would be outdoors. The restaurant would offer full range alcohol service as well as amplified music. Those would also be available at the roof deck as well. Then the project would be providing 36 parking spaces, as well as the rehabilitation of the historic resource on the property, and a request for increased height for the elevators as well as the architectural projection, which we'll be discussing later. So now I'll be going over the site setting as well as the zoning for the property. The project site is located on Del Mar with its primary frontage, which is located within the city's T-zone. There are 2 zoning classifications on this property. Along the Del Mar frontage, we have the MU 3.1 or mixed use, or I'm sorry, 3.0. And then along the Granada frontage, those 2 lots are MU 3.3. The project site is also located within the central business district as well as the architectural overlay and within the coastal zone. The project site has addressing off of Avenida Del Mar as well as Avenida Granada. As you can see here with the existing buildings on site is the historic Antoinette building located all along the Avenida Del Mar frontage, as well as the duplex located along the Granada frontage. Here we have the existing street frontage along Avenida Granada, or I'm sorry, Del Mar, where you can see the vacant parcel, property there is actually 2 parcels, as well as the Antoinette building, and then the duplex is located behind those hedges there in the distance along Granada. So the historic resource on the property is located at 229 Avenida Del Mar, known as the Antoinette Apartments or the Antoinette Building. It's currently Century 21, is occupying it as an office real estate use. The property is associated or constructed in 1928, which is associated with the Ole Hansen period of development, also known as the Spanish Village by the Sea period of development. As you can see, the project design is reflective of that with this Spanish colonial revival architecture. The historic classification is a 3D status, and it is appears eligible for a National Register as a conditional or contributor to the National Register or a National Register eligible district. So again, the project site is located within the T-zone. It's also subject to regulations in the coastal land use plan as well as the general plan, which requires the property to be visitor serving, which both the hotel and the restaurant achieve that, as well as pedestrian oriented in that the ground level of the hotel or of the Del Mar frontage is provided as the restaurant as well as the hotel lobby. Next, I'll be discussing the site plan proposed as part of the development project. There we go. So there's one existing building, which is the historic Antoinette building, as well as 2 buildings that would be added as part of this project scope. Along Del Mar, identifying that building as the Del Mar building, that would be annexing in the historic Antoinette building, as well as the Granada building, which would be separated from the historic building by approximately 30 feet in separation. All the development standards here do not require any particular setbacks. However, open space elements and courtyards have been incorporated into the project. Parking and access is taken off of Granada, so the driveway that would be along the Del Mar frontage that's currently adjacent to the Antoinette building would be closed off, resulting in an additional public parking space added if the project is implemented. Trash is access off of Avenida Granada and is within an enclosed area on the Granada building adjacent to the street frontage. And with that here, just a little bit more graphics and details about some of the hardscape and landscaping here. We have the landscaping included in the project concept. You can see a little bit better the courtyards as well as the decorative hardscape and landscape that's incorporated into the project to be reflective of the design guideline requirements as well as the architectural overlay requirements for the Spanish colonial revival elements. And so here we have the first floor of the project. So along the Del Mar frontage, we have the restaurant, which should be having 98 seats indoors, as well as that courtyard, which would be providing 32 seats. That courtyard is 20 feet in depth as well as 30 feet in length. And then as part of the historic Antoinette building, that would be providing the lobby and lounge area for the hotel, as well as the first hotel unit or hotel room, as well as the restaurant bathrooms. On the Granada side, we've got the first level is all of the parking within the building, so it is covered parking. It is screened from public view, as well as the trash enclosure there you can see at the corner near the street. Along the back of all of the stalls within the building are the vehicle lifts that you can see there illustrated. So there are 10 total vehicle lifts within there, as well as parking that would be located in front of those in the available areas there. So again, access would be taking off of in from Granada and exiting from Granada. There are surface parking spaces, 3 ADA stalls, as well as a circulation area that's been striped clear, as well as 2 additional vehicle lifts and parking in front of that as well, located at the top of the screen. On the second floor encompasses the remainder of the hotel rooms, so it'd be 27 hotel rooms, many of which incorporate decks into that design to be reflective of the design guideline requirements for the architectural overlay here, and also breaking up the building massing. The project is proposing a basement level, so this would encompass a meeting room that would be accessible to guests of the hotel, as well as storage area for the hotel and a restaurant. It would also be storing some of their bikes there that would be utilized by guests as well as employees. And then we have the roof deck located on your right hand of your screen here, which would have a bar and food service, as well as restrooms in the upper floor. So the project was reviewed for conformance with all the applicable development standards for that mixed-use zoning designations to ensure compliance with the setbacks, lot coverage, floor area ratio, as well as landscaping, including height. So the conditional use permit is required for the use of the hotel, as well as the full alcohol service and amplified music. The reduction in the parking or parking demand requirements is required in a conditional use permit that we'll be discussing, as well as the increased height for the elevator towers, which requires a minor conditional use permit, and the architectural projection above the height of 33 feet for the architectural element. So with that, we'll then transition to the design and architecture of the project, which was based on the project is located in the architectural overlay. It requires Spanish colonial revival architecture, which the evaluation in compliance with the Henry Lenny design guidelines for those architectural elements, as well as the general design guidelines for the city, which include just general architecture elements, as well as specific guidelines for Spanish colonial revival, as well as historic rehabilitation projects. So that was reviewed and evaluated for compliance with all those components, which are also reflective in the general plan as well as the coastal land use plan policies. So some of the architectural design elements that have been incorporated in that are reflective of the design guidelines as well as the Henry Lenny design guidelines are the varied roof heights of the project, and the breaking up of the building mass and scale, as you can see with the balconies as well as the courtyard, the inset arches. Then the parking, which we'll show you an elevation of here, has been enclosed and screened from public view. The project does have connection from Avenida Granada to Avenida Del Mar. Incorporation and evaluation of four-sided architecture to ensure that all elevations are thoroughly analyzed and reflective of the Spanish colonial revival architecture. As stated, we do have patios and balconies and courtyards incorporated throughout the project. And then shadow and interest elements are incorporated in with the deep inset windows and doors, as well as those balconies. And project design in its whole is incorporating all of the key Spanish colonial revival architectural elements, including stucco, two-piece clay tile roofs. We've got tower elements, eaves. So the project has gone to the Design Review Subcommittee on 2 occasions, or the Cultural Heritage Subcommittee. In their first review, there was some questions and concerns related to the project's compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. The peer review had not been completed on the historic report, and it was requested to be brought back to review the project along with that peer review report. In addition to that, there were concerns raised by the Design Review the Cultural Heritage Subcommittee, as well as the public, and related to that 19 Eras addition in front of the historic Antoinette building and the impacts associated with that improvement. So in the second review of the project by the Culture Heritage Subcommittee, additional dialogue and information was provided by the peer review as well as the applicant at the hearing to go over the nuanced modifications and nuanced architectural elements that are incorporated in the project. In the conclusion of the discussion, there was concerns raised about the modification to the, or looking to have the applicant modify that 1980s era addition. The hearing, the applicant did provide some design concepts. However, this revised design concept that's on your screen here is reflective of that modified design in front of you today, which pulls the building back off of Avenida Del Mar up to 2 feet, and then it pulls the building, or that addition, it pulls it in away from that west elevation, 5 feet 8 inches, which, as well as modifying the roof design and incorporating a roof deck that be extended from that second floor of the Antoinette building. So all these modifications together resulting in enhanced views of the key character defining features of this front and western facade of the historic structure, in that we can see a lot more of the upper floor as well as the decks. And again, pulling in that addition along Del Mar as well as that that west elevation opens up the views to the stairway as well as what would be the newly created round column, which would be incorporating in that element that was previously lost and modified to improve the visibility of these key character defining features. So the consultant has reviewed those concepts as well and is in support of those modifications. So here we have the project design looking at the southwest elevation, which is viewing the Antoinette building first, and then the Del Mar building behind it, incorporating in key Spanish colonial revival architectural elements like the decks. The elevator towers have been architecturally integrated in to try to be as compatible with the building and historic resources as possible, as well as compliant with the architectural overlay. You can see that that first elevator tower is set back in line with the actual building envelope of the second floor. So it is pulled back from the street. I believe it's approximately 35 feet. And then that back tower has the architectural element, which is the copper dome with the spire on top. So all traditional Spanish colonial revival elements have been incorporated in here in the design. And then on the southeast elevation, which is facing Granada, it is reflective of a mixed use or residential building here. We've got the stairway, the arched stairway entry, as well as the vehicle arched entry has really been incorporated into this four-sided architectural design and screening the vehicles as well as the trash enclosures. So the project, again, is associated with a historic rehabilitation of the Antoinette building. And it was reviewed for compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards. And as part of that, the applicant submitted a historic resource analysis report that was produced by their historic consultant. This report was reviewed by staff, as well as staff, or the city hired a peer review of a third-party consultant to validate the compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, which was conducted by GPA. GPA is available for any questions related to compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards this evening. If the project is found to be in compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards, it is eligible for a CEQA exemption. Conditions of approval have been added to the project to ensure compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards, which is 4.8, requiring additional annotations on the plans, as well as inspections during the construction process to ensure sensitive construction process to preserve the character-defining features in the historic resource. So here, highlighting the elevator towers as well as the architectural projections above the height limit. So the height limit is 33 feet in the mixed use 3.0 and 3.3 zone. The increased height for the elevator towers is allowed up to 6 feet, which is what's being proposed, so 39 feet with that minor conditional use permit. And the architectural element of projection of the copper dome as well as the spire are allowed to project in a total of 10 feet into the height of that, so resulting in 43 feet, which the project is in compliance with that. As you can see, these elements have been designed in Spanish colonial revival architecture to blend in and are positioned centrally located in the building to limit their visual perspective from the right-of-way. So just in comparison of other buildings along Avenida Del Mar and in this area, we have the historic Hotel San Clemente, which is in the 100 block of Avenida Del Mar. And that is a 3-story building. It also incorporates a courtyard, and it actually has 4-story projections. So, and is flanked by historic properties. So this concept of architectural projections is consistent with this area. Here we have another view of the historic hotel, illustrating the concept of the 3-story elements as well as the courtyard, just for comparison purposes. Next, as part of the project, there's a parking component. So in the downtown, this concept of park once is really reflective in how the activity and the use of this particular area, where you may go down to utilize or go to one of the restaurants, you may do some shopping, and then after the restaurant you might go for a drink or go to a dessert ice cream shop or something. So this park once concept is already reflective in the city's general plan as well as the parking standards. So the downtown has a really well-designed pedestrian connectivity as well as bicycle access with a bicycle route near the southern border of the T-zone, as well as public parking lots that are accessible to the public, and additional transit opportunities, including Uber and Lyft, as well as the trolley. And so there's a number of different public transit connections in this area to offer reductions in parking. In addition to that, as stated, parking reductions are already implemented in our code for these particular areas, including retail and restaurant uses, which have a lower parking ratio in this particular area. Again, in the city zoning code, there does allow for a reduction in the parking for a hotel use with shared parking components through a parking study that's subject to approval of a conditional use permit. And in our general plan, it also discusses alternative parking strategies. In the mobility element, policy 4.4, alternative parking strategies, it says we consider alternative parking strategies that address multimodal parking needs, improve land use efficiencies, and enhance environmental quality, such as use of energy saving, generating features, demand-based parking strategies, stacking alternative paving, and accommodating multiple uses. So all those components were evaluated as part of this project, as well as the city's standard zoning regulations for the hotel and restaurant uses, in that with the hotel, it's required 1 space per unit, as well as consideration for the manager's unit, as well as employee spacing. And the restaurant is required 1 space per 5 seats. So the project as proposed, purely based on the zoning regulations, would require 56 parking spaces. Now that parking could be reduced based on several code allowances, one being shared parking between the uses, as well as conditional use permit for that parking study, as I said, to allow for a modified parking demand. So the applicant did prepare a parking study that was prepared by LLG for the reduced parking. So that parking study incorporates several components. including the evaluation of the parking based on the Urban Land Institute. Evaluation with shared parking, which is the most appropriate application for a mixed mixed-use zone with a multi-use project such as this. But as part of the methodology in evaluating the appropriate demand and need for parking, it evaluated the zoning code as well as the ULI shared parking, as well as evaluated an empirical parking ratio, which looked at a hotel as well as a restaurant that is similar configuration to this, actually a slightly larger hotel, to evaluate, okay, what is a real world scenario in terms of a case study for actual parking demand. So those parking, that all was evaluated in the parking study. It also evaluated the parking reductions based on the parking management plan. And then there was just a comprehensive evaluation of the parking management plan, as well as the valet service plan, queuing onto the site from Avenida Granada, as well as the circulation into the site, and the operations to ensure that there's adequate capacity for the parking based on all of those parameters. So this was also peer-reviewed by the city's third-party parking and traffic consultant, Kimley Horn. So both parking consultants from the applicant and the city are available for questions as we go through this. So there were, this was an iterative process as part of this parking report. There were 4 reviews as a result of it. So the initial study was reviewed, staff and the consultant reviewed it, provided comments. There were a number of revisions and modifications to the plan to ensure that there was thorough evaluation, that appropriate parking as well as circulation and queuing were evaluated, and appropriate justification analysis were incorporated. So the parking management plan includes several criteria part of in the component. So the first being employee parking and the establishment of policies by the applicant, which are included in the report, with the encouragement of alternative modes of transportation, including bike, public transit, walking, carpool, rideshare, and incentivizing those with reduced costs for Amtrak or Metrolink, as well as utilization of e-bikes that are under the applicant's ownership. And in addition to that, a 24-hour valet service is provided that is required for all customers that are driving their vehicles to the site. So that's hotel guests as well as restaurant guests. And then discussion and evaluation of the vehicle storage in terms of appropriate utilization for vehicle lifts. You're not going to want to put your short-term users on site in those locations, so these are intended for the longer stays for the hotel guests as well as any employees, to ensure that the easily accessible parking stalls are utilized and turned over for those short-term or short users. As well as a pre-arrival transportation education to the hotel guests to inform them of alternative modes of transportation to get to the site, identifying where and how to access the site off of Avenida Granada and not Del Mar, informing them of the availability and accessibility of e-bikes to get around town, to ensure that if there is interest in not using their vehicles, then that can be achieved. So as part of the ULI, it allows for consideration or reductions in the parking demand based on the different user groups, including guests and employees. So as far as the guests, there's consideration for 20% reductions for the guests and employees. However, based on the ULI, it could allow for up to a 50% reduction. And with the restaurant and hotel employees, you've got an up to 25% reduction, or a 25% reduction that was proposed, which is consistent with the appropriate implementation here. So here we have the valet plan and layout. So again, the parking for the vehicle parking is in the covered area of the Granada building, as well as there's some surface parking. So we've got 12 vehicle lifts. All of those 12 vehicle lifts would be utilized for overnight vehicle parking. And then all guests arriving at the Avenida Del Mar location would be directed towards the Granada location for their vehicle drop-off and valet service. Again, there's pre-arrival communication to all of this. Then we've got, let's see, where you see those the double arrow where valet management, that's where the valet drop-off will be. So once the patrons reach that location, if they're staying as a hotel guest, their bags will be unloaded, and they'll be asked whether they plan on, driving around, or if they're planning on staying and utilizing the e-bikes to get around town, or just walking, so that the appropriate location for the vehicle can be placed. In addition to that, when guests are leaving the hotel, there's coordination in terms of when are they planning on leaving. The valet services provided the list of guests that are going to be leaving that next morning, so they can appropriately coordinate the vehicles to ensure adequate queuing and accessibility for those vehicles when they're leaving. So circulation and queuing was also evaluated as part of this project. Circulation not just for normal customer vehicles and hotel guests, but also for vehicle deliveries. So there is a vehicle loading space that's on site with the anticipation of a van, like a Sprinter-sized van, so a height of 9 feet. So the circulation throughout the site was evaluated and ensure that that vehicle could maneuver through there. So there is adequate circulation to achieve that, as well as adequate queuing in that vehicle drop-off area in the valet does allow for 5 vehicles to be queued up behind them to Granada, as well as, depending on the circumstances, additional queuing on the outbound lane as well. So that was consistent with the example restaurant hotel site in terms of adequate queuing and circulation. So as part of the parking and operations, conditions of approval have been added to the project to ensure that the project is following the operations that have been identified in terms of the parking management plan as well as the valet plan, to ensure that vehicles are not stacking into the right-of-way. And if there are any issues associated with that, then the applicant's required to come back for an amendment to the project for consideration of alternative methods for achieving compliance and addressing the issues. In addition to that, condition 7.13 includes additional language related to ensuring that the vehicle lifts remain operational, and if there are any issues, then they're addressed right away, so that full access of the site and parking is available. Again, there's no gates or parking obstructions that are allowed as part of this project to ensure full access of the site. Next, we have the request for the alcohol service and amplified music. First, the applicant is requesting full service of alcohol, or a full range of alcohol for all of the areas of the hotel and restaurant. So that would include the indoor and outdoor areas of the restaurant and courtyard, as well as in the interior bar that's available just to hotel guests and the roof deck. So the hours of allowed operation and service are displayed in the table here, and the more conservative hours of operation are the Sunday through Thursday, which are before midnight, and then Friday and Saturday a few hours later in terms of the restaurant, as well as the patio and the interior bar and outdoor deck. The amplified music is intended to be mood setting. It's not intended to be an entertainment draw as part of the project. And so the hours of operations for the amplified music are consistent with the city's administrative policies for amplified music, as well as we have a condition of approval 7.9 to ensure that all music must end at 10 p.m. for outdoor areas. And then after that, if it were to be occurring on the interior portion of the restaurant, that all windows and doors are required to be closed. So this is just to quickly summarize the amplified noise administrative policy, which requires, which does not require a conditional use permit if we've got amplified music indoors within specified periods of hours of operation, but not to exceed 10 p.m. However, conditional use permit is required for any outdoor amplified music and any noise occurring after 10 p.m. and to 7 a.m. indoors. So that is why the request is before you this evening. But the exterior noise proposal, as well as the interior noise proposal, is consistent with this admin policy. So in conclusion, the project is in compliance with all of the regulatory documents associated with the city, and that it is in compliance with the land use plan as well as general plan and design guidelines, zoning ordinance and development standards, as well as the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Staff is recommending that the project be categorically exempt from CEQA due to Class 3031, in that is, the project is in compliance with Secretary of Interior standards for historic rehabilitation, as well as the Class 32 for infill development project, with the recommended conditions of approval incorporated in the project. So that concludes staff's presentation. Staff's available for any questions you may have.
John, thank you for your presentation. I'm inclined to just go ahead and move right into the applicant's presentation. Are we good with that? Okay. Mr. Luna, are you representing the applicant tonight? We have Michael Luna, architect, representing the applicant, as well as the applicant I see stepping forward. Welcome, Mr. Luna. We have 10 minutes for the applicant presentation, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, city staff. I am here tonight with the owner, Mike Sims, Tom Sims, also together with their partner, Mr. Stan Kozlowski, as well as our consultant, most of our consultant team here tonight. Welcome to the last vacant site on Del Mar. It was originally, in the 1920s, the original San Clemente Hotel at the top of Del Mar that was one of the catalysts in shaping the downtown for generations to come. It is our hope that our project will do the same for the 200 block. Our task was clear. Actually, it was already laid out for us within the general plan, the zoning ordinance, the architectural and pedestrian overlays, the architectural guidelines, the Coastal Commission policies. These documents defined the goals and objectives for us, and they defined the goals and objectives for us in the downtown. Our project is really catered, and what is being requested down there is tourist service serving commercial uses. Our job was to bring forth a project that realizes that vision. We did so while not requesting a single variance from any of the standards. Since day one, we were determined to work closely with city staff, the community, to be sure that we bring forth the best possible project. At the outset of our design process, we met with city staff multiple times, the Downtown Business Association, the Chamber of Commerce, the Historic Society, the California Coastal Commission, and thank you to city staff for helping us along the way during our design process. We immediately hired early on Urbana Preservation, Linscott Law and Greenspan, who are experts in their field. Their work and findings were fully vetted by third-party consultants hired by the city. There is an opportunity here in front of you to do away with the yearly weeds and fencing and implement the vision of the Centennial General Plan. Better connect the downtown to the Pier Bowl, and lastly, to breathe new life into the Antoinette Building through the revitalization process as prescribed by the Secretary of Interior standards for revitalization. And with that, I'm going to yield the rest of our time to Mike Sims, and you're up next.
Thank you, Michael. Good evening. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and members of the public. Thank you for coming together today. My name is Mike Sims. I am the honored to stand before you as the owner of the property, one of the developers, and the eventual operator of the property. So today I want to share a vision for a vibrant addition to our beloved community. We bring with us my father, my hotel partner, and myself, a wealth of experience in family-owned restaurants and hotel partnerships. For over 50 years, we have successfully developed and operated a variety of restaurant concepts, including Mimi's Cafe, Lazy Dog Restaurants, Simsies, and several other chef-inspired concepts. This experience helps us understand the intricate balance required to serve our community with excellence. As executive director, me personally, of 2 beach community business associations, I've seen firsthand the need for quality hospitality options. Today, I'm proud to introduce to you the first full-service hotel in San Clemente, a project that we have meticulously planned with a focus on benefiting our community. I personally live in a compact beach community just 2 doors off of a major thoroughfare. I have hotel rooms across the street from my front door. I understand the concerns of having a new development in our neighborhood. I am acutely aware of the potential negative impacts that arise from poorly managed operations. That is why we have thoughtfully considered every aspect of our hotel's operation and its effect on the community, ensuring that we address these concerns proactively and effectively. This project has a rich historical context. It has undergone thorough vetting by city staff, multiple design reviews, and the scrutiny by third-party reviewers. The staff report confirms that we comply with all standards, and it highlights the economic success potential of this adaptive reuse project. Hospitality has been a long, successful avenue for such adaptive reuses. Our project aims to follow in these footsteps, combining historic respect with modern needs. Well, parking and traffic are always top concerns for any development. Our plan includes provisions for ensuring that our guests and visitors have adequate parking. By operating our own valet service, we can efficiently manage parking on our property, minimizing the negative impact to the surrounding neighborhoods. This approach not only offers greater parking density, but it also ensures that movement of cars is confined to our premises, reducing potential disruptions to the neighboring surrounding area. Noise management is another critical aspect of our plan. We have worked closely with staff to incorporate conditions that limit noise, ensuring that our guests of the hotel that are sleeping with us, enjoy a peaceful stay. Obtrusive noise is not good for our guests, and by extension, not good for our neighbors. Our commitment to a serene environment benefits everyone in the community. From a fiscal perspective, the impact of this project on San Clemente is significant. We anticipate an economic boost of over $650,000 in TOT taxes and property taxes. These revenues can help alleviate budgetary pressures, potentially reducing the tax burden on our residents. Moreover, our guests will contribute to the local economy by dining and shopping throughout San Clemente, generating incremental sales that further benefit our town. In closing, I want to express my deep appreciation for the consideration of Hotel Clemente. I firmly believe that it is a pivotal moment for us to capture some of the demand for full-service lodging that has long been unmet in our town. Together, we can create a destination that not only enhances our community's economic vitality, but also preserves the unique charm that makes San Clemente a special place to live and visit. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to our hotel partner, Stan Kozlowski.
Thanks, Mike. Good
commissioners, staff, community, thanks for, I know we're getting late here, but just a couple minutes more and we can start talking. Like Mike said, I bring the hospitality component to our partnership. Like the Sims family, I was kind of born into the hospitality side, growing up in a bed and breakfast on a coastal community on the East Coast. So it was in the blood, as they say. Since then, I've been involved in the ownership or management of over 20 hotels around the country, and have been a facilitator or advisor in over $3 billion of hospitality-specific assets. So I've spent 15 years up and down the California coast living as well. So pulling all that together in the hospitality side for us is kind of how we came together. I've known the Simses for 25 years, and we've co-invested in restaurants and hospitality together throughout those 25 years. So while Michael and Mike touched on a lot of the key aspects, and staff member did a great job, I wanted to touch a little bit on how excited we were when we could add the Antoinette Building to our land. You know, we owned the land before, we added the Antoinette Building to it. Like Mike touched a little bit on, historically, you know, adaptive reuse of historic buildings, hospitality is one of the best uses. There's a lot of great examples around the country. There's a lot of great examples right out where we are. You have Hotel del Coronado, La Valencia Hotel, Mission Inn in Riverside. All of these hotels are historic, were adaptively reused, and provide a very long and lifelong economic viability to their historic. So we're really excited about the ability to take the Antoinette Building, incorporate it into what we're doing here with the hotel. So with that, I look forward to the conversation with the community. As Michael mentioned, we've assembled pretty much our entire team here tonight. It's important to us to make sure you see who we pulled together to make this presentation and answer any questions you may have. So with that, I'll move it over to discussion.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. We've got 13 members of the public that want to speak, so I'm going to start with that, and then we'll come back for our questions. Okay. I'm going to call 3 speakers up at a time. If you could queue up over to the side, and we'll help keep it moving. Our first speaker will be Shane Hirschman, followed by Matt West, followed by Lynn West, and then Thomas Olson. So Shane, you're up first. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Shane Hirschman. I live in pretty close to the neighborhood. I would say about a few blocks down from there. I'm also committee member for the Arts and Culture Committee for San Clemente. Being part of that committee, you know, we have a serious lack of arts and culture within our city. We're trying, in terms of venues at least. I just got back from vacation in New York and Austin, and the hotels I stayed at, they have these areas for communities. They have restaurants, they have meeting spaces, coffee shops, and just places for locals to assemble at. I see this is a great use of this, what is pretty much an empty lot, a real estate office that's not being utilized. So that the Antoinette Building, this being incorporated into the design, is a great way to do this. And I, based on their presentation, I think this hotel group has the experience, the considerations, the designs in mind to really do this correctly. Seems like the parking issue, which is the main thing, is addressed in terms of the lifts. That's kind of a modern way of dealing with parking, and I think it would just be a great addition to the neighborhood. It'll be pretty quick, but yeah, it's I'm very enthusiastic about it. I hope it happens, and I think it could really benefit the locals. And we have a shortage of hotels around here. I think on Del Mar especially, you know, we're seeing maybe underutilized occupancy in other hotels, but on Del Mar, if someone's coming to visit San Clemente, they're going to want to stay in the main commercial district where they can just park and walk around and be within walking distance to the beach. So that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Matt West, followed by Lynn West. Welcome.
Hello, Commission. I'm going to start out by saying, first of all, I live right downtown, right across the street on the Granada side, in a Michael Luna home, which we really appreciate. But we also, you know, really love downtown, and what brought us there was the community, was the Spanish Village by the sea. And we really have seen some great growth over the years, you know, Nick's going in and Rare Society going in. We had concerns about those. They turned out to be great things. However, you know, when we're putting something of this size, cramming it into a really small space, I would be remiss not to pose some major concerns that I have for this project. First being the parking. A lot of time was in this presentation was put into the parking itself, which means that it's problematic to begin with. What's being proposed sounds like a lot of shuffling stuff around to make stuff fit. We already see way too much impact from the businesses that are on Avenida Del Mar feeding over to Avenida Granada. Things like delivery trucks. They showed a small van for deliveries. Any of the big delivery guys, it's a 53-foot semi. That's not going in there. That's going to be double parked in front of my house, in front of neighbors' houses. And we're already seeing issues where garbage can't be picked up. So those things have to be addressed. It's not realistic to think of vans delivering food, maybe linen, but not food. The next one is the height restrictions. We have 8 rooftop decks directly across the street, and this will impact us. So Michael designed that as well. He knows the height, you know, and the line of sight. So all of these are going to have to be taken into consideration when we talk about going above the height restrictions. Let's see, the noise. So there's several things from a noise perspective that we just need assurances that it's not going to be problematic. I don't know how familiar with car lifts you guys are, but they're incredibly loud. You put them indoors, they're twice as loud, and they're literally, what, 25, 30 feet from someone's bedroom window? Actually, not even. The ones on the other side, they're like 10 feet from a bedroom window. So something that needs to be thought about there. Let's see, I'm running out of time here, so I think that's fine. The reality is this can be a great project, but it just needs to be pared way, way, way down. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lynn West, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm actually going to be proxying for our neighbor, George Myers. He's ill, and so he wasn't able to make it to the meeting. He's been in the hospital. So he sent a letter on June 11th, and I just thought it wasn't in the packet, I noticed, so I thought I would just read it aloud to you guys, if that's okay. So it says, members of the San Clemente City Council, my name's George, my wife Meryl, and I live at 229 Avenida Granada, Unit A. We have some serious concerns with the above referenced project, Hotel Clemente and Loretta's Restaurant. Over the 13 years we've lived on Granada, we've witnessed increasing demands from the area's existing service employees for parking. And in addition, service trucks for the existing Del Mar businesses can only park illegally on Granada, blocking traffic and creating sightline hazards. The proposed development seeks to add substantially to both these pressures. Adding to the neighborhood a 106-person restaurant and private seating area for an additional 24 will require at least 12 employees. These employees, in addition to the employee needs of the hotel and parking garage. Should not this development at the minimum provide parking place per employee? Customers of the proposed development will need parking as well. Is it not reasonable to expect that at a minimum there is an additional parking spot for every 2 customers? The existing proposal seeks to add 35 parking spaces. While this number may meet existing code, it clearly is inadequate considering the impact on neighboring streets as well as existing Del Mar businesses. A more realistic parking spot need is 65. Additionally, the site plan of the proposal shows no space allowance for the many service vehicles necessary for the many restaurant and hospitality customers. Multiple food service trucks linen services, alcohol service, all these will need to unload virtually every day parking illegally. Where does the proposal propose this likely traffic jam to take place? On Del Mar or Granada? I live there personally, so I can say it would probably be on Granada. My wife and I have serious concerns for the likelihood of excessive noise. We've been alarmed by the noise levels emanating from Rare Society just across the street with rooftop entertainment plan for the proposal development. A full block closer to residential housing, our quality of life is in extreme jeopardy. And then they also have concerns about the height. And by setting this precedent, the project establishes violating the current city height restriction. So,
Thank you for your
Thank
comments.
you. All right.
Okay, thank
Cheers.
you. Thomas Olson, followed by Sherry Little, and then David Little, and Tom Carmichael. Thomas Olson, welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Commissioners. My name's Tom Olson. I've been a resident here in San Clemente for 25 years, raised my family here. They went to all the schools in town, and I'm a local business owner. We need hotels. We don't have a proper hotel. If I ask my family to come visit me, they're going to Dana Point or San Juan for a proper hotel. It's embarrassing, I gotta just say. We don't have a proper hotel. So that being said, I love San Clemente. I've raised my family, I chose to raise my family here because of the community we have. It's a tight-knit community. Everybody wants it to be good, and Spanish colonial architecture. I grew up in the Santa Barbara area, so I can appreciate that. So I embrace all that, and I think that downtown is going to benefit from it. Our whole town's going to benefit from it. We live on tourism. Think about it. That's our main, end of the earth as far as Orange County is concerned, and we draw people here, and that's what we want. And we want good experiences and e-bikes and nice hotels instead of having to go along trestles, down that way where there's motels, and it's time that we do that. And I think that downtown, the whole city's going to benefit from it. I mean, it's just incredible that, I understand people might be concerned about traffic, but do we want a big parking structure downtown to accommodate their concerns? I don't know. What's better? I think that this is a better choice. If they've put a property together, they properly done it according to all codes, according to state, everyone. I'm in favor of it. I mean, it's kind of, I don't want to say a no-brainer, but it's great for us. And, I think it's due, and I appreciate you guys listening to me and staff's hard work on this. And my company's been involved with some historic renovations in town here too, as well as a large project on the south end of town, and it's all in the same vein of Spanish colonial architecture, and we love it. And that's what we love about this town. And I love our town, so please vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Sherry Little?
Good evening, planning commissioners. Thanks for having me. Appreciate the work that you do for our city. First of all, I live at 233 Avenida Granada, directly across from the proposed project. I will be looking into it. My home was also designed by Michael Luna, beautiful architect. He took our homes into consideration on the outside elevation of the project, which will be built coming into the neighborhood on Avenida Granada, which I appreciate. However, the loveliness of the outside of the building is not of concern to me as much as other things that have been discussed. Let me start by saying I wear two hats. I'm a resident of San Clemente. I appreciate downtown. My husband and I support it wholeheartedly. We dine at all the restaurants. We shop small. We are cheerleaders of downtown. This project will probably bring in business for downtown, and they will benefit. However, be careful what we wish for. When we bring a hotel into this area of this size and scope, I worry that it sets a precedence, and I worry that developers can come behind it and start scooping up other properties and maybe another historical building that they need to incorporate space and lot into their building for the size of the scope that the building will take up. That being said, it will help the businesses on Del Mar. However, it could be a hindrance, and we need to take note that they might be gone. They might be moved out, and our Spanish city by the sea, our little quaint downtown, soon enough, it might not be the same. We might give that up and we might look like Dana Point, Laguna, Newport, and that's not what our downtown is. Secondly, I'm a resident, let's put on that hat. I have major concerns, especially hearing about the Ole Hansen building, all of the noise coming from there. The residents that live directly to the side of the hotel and in the immediate area, they are against amplified music. They are against amplified entertainment. We are looking at rooftops that will be actually, you heard how it projects. We are right on top of it. We're looking at patio dining. We're looking at open space. I have major concerns with music being played. We are right there living full-time and sleeping full-time. Parking, noise, you've heard that already being brought up. Parking basically will be right next door to residences, sleeping where they are and right next door to us. That is a major concern. Traffic is a concern. Those lifts will be noisy and we will be hearing it. 24-hour valet service, we will be hearing it. Parking that is coming onto the street, we're already taxed. We will be filling it. I appreciate you really looking out for the residents and taking care of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Dave Little.
I'm Dave Lytle.
Lytle.
But you're not the first person that's done
Okay,
that.
thank you.
And I'm in the fish business, so I've been up since 4:30 in the morning, so I'm tired. I put in my write-up, my background and what I do for a living. I'm a senior vice president of the largest seafood distributor on the West Coast. I service over 2,000 restaurants, hotels, retailers, anything from small mom and pop restaurants, independents, to Darden Restaurant Group, to Landry's Restaurant Group, Marriott contracts, Hilton contracts. Some of the hotels that were mentioned earlier, historic. What they have that we don't have on this project is loading docks. And when we're talking about traffic congestion and you're using Granada as the thoroughfare to supply this restaurant and hotel, it's a recipe for disaster. If there's not enough parking, I'm not going to go into the parking. That's an obvious because it's been so highlighted. The trucks you're talking about, because I consider myself an expert on distribution, broadliners are going to, like Cisco, U.S. Food Service, Shamrock are going to use 53-foot tractor trailers. Seafood distributors, produce distributors, you get yourself into meat distributors are going to use bobtails of various sizes. You're going to basically have to double stack because there's no allocation that I've seen for loading and unloading. And so you're going to use Granada, which is already taxed because it's the bypass people use to go to the Pier Bowl to stay off of Del Mar. It's literally, I can see myself from Ola Vista South trying to get to my house in the afternoons or in the morning in a log jam trying to get into my own house. So you really got to look at that, you guys. It's I look at it, I'm kind of glad I got to stay late and saw the second thing about the North Beach. 24 Karat's a great company, guys. They do a good job, but they're in the wrong place in that neighborhood. You're talking about rooftop noise. You're talking about challenges with deliveries. You're talking about basically, little skirmishes at night. You're making a 24-hour business on Del Mar. There's never been one before. So that's a challenge too. The Sims are great guys. I do business with some of their restaurants. Nothing wrong with this group, okay? I'm not against growth. I'm not against basically, changing, but it has to be controlled. And we have to do it with eyes wide open of the impact this is going to have. I can moan, like I say, I don't want it because it's my neighborhood. Nobody wants it in their neighborhood. But if it's done correctly and you basically do it with eyes wide open of what this is going to do, I'd feel a lot more comfortable. And I put my letter to the team, I think to Mr. Lightfoot. I trust you guys. You guys live in the city too. We have to basically respect you're going to make the right decision, but take all this stuff into consideration before you make and pull the plug on this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lytle. We have Thomas Carmichael, followed by Jorge Alvarez, and then Larry Culberson. Welcome.
Okay, guess where I live? I live right in between those two. 231 Avenue. I'm right in the driveway of this joint. And when you have, you're moving cars around, everything that moves has got to have beep, 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 beep. Every time it goes up, every time it goes down. You can't have it any other way. Safety. Second, This was yesterday, right in front of my house. A kid comes out on an electric bike from 21st Century, almost gets whacked. Who takes that? Who's the responsible party for that happening? Question. You guys all have to think about it, because somebody gets scraped up because a semi sitting out in that street. We've become an alley for all those restaurants. We've become an alley right there. I've been there 12 years in downtown. And since I've been there, I've watched it get worse and worse and worse. This is going to triple it. And so I cancel the restaurant, cancel the rooftop deck, and we don't have to listen to that every night till 10, 11 o'clock. We like to open our windows. We all have to have Ole Hansen house. We have to have wood windows. We like to crank them out and enjoy a little bit of a breeze. It's just our life. And I look at that thing, and, oh yeah, we got decks. We got decks all on the side looking in the neighbor's backyard. On really both sides, but especially on the downhill side. I just think you guys really have to look at what you're doing. We just discussed two things about loading, unloading, music, all these things. You're lighting the fire right there. So I would just appreciate it if you think real hard about what your decisions are.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Alvarez and then Mr. Culbertson. Followed by, let's see here, Susan Carmichael.
Good
Welcome.
evening. Thank you. My name is Jorge Alvarez. I live at 230 Avenida Granada, which is the property right behind the restaurant and on the side of the new driveway. Okay, first of all, I just want to approach the noise level that I hear from Beach Club and all this. It has been lately, since Rare Society has opened, my master bedroom, I don't have air conditioning. Most of us in downtown, we don't have it. My master bedroom window in summertime and even sometimes in winter remains open. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Rare Society is the empty lots length, which is 100 foot. Let's put another 50 foot for the width of Del Mar. I hear them like if they are inside my bedroom. They singing 11 birthdays last Friday. And it's like they are singing in my pillow. So you are putting, if you are approving this, which I hope not, and I am fine with the investors, I mean, with the new owners I talked, but in the beginning when they purchased the two lots, it was going to be a 3,500 square foot restaurant with in the 8,000 square foot pad, they were going to have parking spots, according with Michael Luna. I've been through the process since 2015. We submitted a project for my house. It was going to be a 3-story, parking underground, no underground, sorry, street level, and 2-story. In the middle of the process, the city changed the rule and said, no more 3 stories on downtown. So we have to start all over again. And the problem, the major, I lived there since 1991, 33 years. So if you want to know anything about Granada Avenue, ask me. I know everything. So these changes in parking is unbelievable. It took me 40 minutes to get in my own driveway because I have a Cisco truck with a gate ramp open right blocking my driveway, delivering food for the little new coffee place that's right there in 223 Avenida del Mar. I don't remember the name now. And then right next door, they put a gym. So I'm finding a parking lot on one side, ton the trucks, you can see the Cisco truck that's 50 plus foot long, and regular chassis trucks. 6:30 every morning, I have to put up with the goddamn guy. I mean, he has the right to work, but to deliver the pastry for the coffee place.
Mr. Alvarez, thank you for
Yeah,
your comments
that's it.
tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Larry Culbertson, followed by Susan Carmichael, followed by
I can't follow
Simar?
that. I'm
Simar?
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Mr. Larry Culbertson.
Yeah, Larry Culbertson, resident. I wanted to see that shed roof addition gone from the time I first saw it many years ago. Design review leaned on the applicant, and it was downsized about 25%. And the roof was lowered, but it will still be there, obscuring the view of the Antoinette Apartments. The new building appears far more massive than the historic building because it is. The elevator tower, just a few feet away, would be 39 feet. That's 15 feet above the historic apartment. Lower and further away would be better. From a historic preservation standpoint, this project does not respect the historic resource. The reason the Del Mar building is so massive is because they're trying to squeeze too much onto the property. At the design review meeting on February 28th, Commissioner Camp stated that he thought the project maxed out the site. At that time, and at the March 27th design review meeting, the project was to have 28 hotel rooms and a 106-seat restaurant. Somewhere along the line, the restaurant grew to 130 seats. The lack of adequate parking is a problem. I think they miscalculated, staff miscalculated what the code requires. It should be 32 parking spots for the hotel. That would be 27 plus 2 for the manager, 3 for the maids, so 32. I don't know where they came up with something else, but 32 plus 26 for the restaurant would be a total of 58, not 56. They're proposing, the applicant is proposing just 36 parking spaces instead of the code required 58. They want to use the Urban Land Institute methodology to calculate the parking. What a bunch of gobbledygook that is. That may work in Huntington Beach, but we're not Huntington Beach. Please ask the applicant how many employees are needed for such a hotel and restaurant, and where are they going to park? This project would be a disaster for downtown businesses. And please do not even consider that FedEx parking. That's not going to be in the code restriction or deed restrictions, so it could be gone at any time. I know a lot of people want more hotels here in town, and this is a very attractive design, but this project disrespects the historic resource and would make the parking problem on Avenida Del Mar far worse. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Susan Carmichael? You're going to pass, okay. I have, I'm not sure if I can pronounce this correctly, Simar? S-O-I-M-A-R?
Oh, he just left.
Okay. We're down to, looks like Nick Buchanan?
He was against, by the way.
Okay. You are our last speaker, Mr. Buchanan. If anyone else wants to speak, please bring your card on up. No, Amanda, I don't have a card for you.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Nick Buchanan. I'm a local resident, and I also represent, this evening, I'm an executive committee member of the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce, and we represent several hundred businesses in town. Well, Del Mar is an interesting street, and I've watched the general plan, the Centennial General Plan being updated, and have been involved in a lot of the politics of development in San Clemente. And that is our little jewel. You know, I think we all love this town, and we love the downtown part of this town, and I think we should protect it with a passion. And as a builder in this town, having sat in front of this committee, some of whom are smiling at me, they know the pains of going through this process. You put us through the ringer, and when I'm the person putting my money and my time at risk, it can be painful. But I will say, when you have guys like Michael Luna and you go through the process, the end result oftentimes is something that we as a community can and should be proud of. And it's tough. I mean, I get it. I'm sympathetic to some of these members. You know, when you have a thriving downtown, the adjacent streets do bear the brunt of some of the spillover. And is Granada going to be affected by it? Absolutely. I will say, though, that our chamber needs to work with the city, with the city staff, and we need to collectively, because we've talked about this for a long time, come up with parking solutions that will help at a greater sense the congestion downtown. But I will also tell you that if we have a parking problem downtown, it means people are coming to downtown, and it means they're spending money on our downtown, which is a good thing for the financial well-being of our city. And I know there are a lot of people that don't like development, but I will also tell you that restaurants and hotels and that sort of thing that bring visitors to our town also pay for services. They pay for public safety and the like. So I think that the downtown is beautiful. This particular hotel is beautifully designed and is in keeping with our downtown. Michael Luna does a phenomenal job with traditional Spanish colonial style. I think the fact that it's only 2 stories and complies with what our general intent is for a Spanish village by the sea is commendable. I will also say that it's unusual for someone to, I've tried to get a couple of hotels into downtown. I've tried to bring a Kimpton Hotel and a couple of others into San Clemente. They won't come in and do a hotel less than 100 rooms. Maybe they'll go down to 60. But for someone of this class and prestige to come into San Clemente and do a 28-room hotel is commendable. So I think that's something that we shouldn't take lightly. It's a large project for Del Mar. We have one other big project, the Hotel San Clemente further north, and I think the two counterbalance each other. So I think this project should be looked at very seriously, but I think it's an appropriate counterbalance. We need hotels in San Clemente badly for one other reason that I want to mention in addition to the TOT that no one's brought up, if I can overrun for 1 second. But the Summer Olympics of 2028 are coming to LA, and we've been told that if we want the San Clemente, the surfing and trestles, we need to have hotel rooms.
Yep.
So
Thank you
please
for your
welcome.
comments.
Thank you.
Okay, Amanda Quintanilla is our final speaker, unless someone else wants to bring up a blue card.
As a San Clemente resident, longtime resident, I'm in opposition to the current proposal of the Hotel Clemente. I have to address one thing. Everybody keeps on, or a couple of people keep on comparing the Hotel San Clemente to the Hotel Clemente. And one was built in 19, and the other one wasn't. And so you shouldn't compare the two. One is a historic, beautiful building. One is something after the fact. And there's no comparison. I'm concerned about the impacts of the Antoinette building in lowering the foundation by 4 feet, where it could be detrimental to the historic building. What are the impacts on the second story of the Antoinette building? I'm grateful to Commissioner Crandall and Chair Cosgrove informing the residents of this at the Design Review Committee. If you lower the foundation, what will hold up the building? So I don't want it to be a situation where, oh, I'm sorry, we're lowering the foundation of the Antoinette building, and then all of a sudden it just topples over. And I really don't want that to happen. Let's see, I am concerned regarding the conditional use permit that includes amplified music. Again, this was brought up before. We're going to have the same scenario as the 24 Carats stand at Old Handsome Beach Club. I think that needs to be evaluated. The noise is going to resonate through all the surrounding areas. And I'm concerned about the height increase. I was at the Design Review Committee meeting, and I don't remember the restaurant on top. And so that is a big, huge concern. And let's see, this is a massive building, and I think it needs to be scaled back. I think it needs to go back to the Design Review Committee and really scale it back. There's concerns regarding the traffic issues. I am on Del Mar on a regular basis, 3 or 4 times a week, watering plants on Del Mar from the top of Del Mar all the way to the bottom. And I tell you, Cisco trucks are there. It impedes traffic, and it's a really health and public safety issue because, I mean, you can't move. I mean, you're hoping that you have that chance to avoid, to go around it, but it is a problem. Even the alleyway right above where that antique building, the antique store, you go through the little tiny, I think it's on Tuesday mornings, and it's hard going through that alley because the trash trucks are there. They're blocking that area. So this is a big, huge concern. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments, and thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight and sharing your concerns. No, sir. If you've made your public comment, we have to limit everybody just to their 3 minutes. So, sorry about that. But
Does the applicant have opportunity?
yeah, I'm gonna call you up. Just want to thank all the members of the public for their attention and being here tonight and their comments. With that, our next phase of this public hearing is the applicant has 3 minutes to respond to the comments that were made. So, Mr. Luna, is that going to be you or Mr. Sims? Welcome back.
Thank you very much. So one of the reasons that Rare Society is so audible from Granada is because there is no building on those vacant lots. There's no building mass to block noise coming from Rare Society. Our restaurant faces the opposite direction. Our rooftop deck is passive only to the guests. And as far as any other noise is concerned, all of which will be within the city's standards for noise. There's also on our rooftop deck an 8-foot high wall. If you're standing on the rooftop deck, there's an 8-foot high wall facing Granada between the folks on the rooftop deck and Granada. That, for most of the length of that deck, okay, that is going to block noise. Anybody's chatting up there? Nobody's going to hear anything. Granada services are Del Mar. Cabrillo services are Del Mar. Del Mar is a pedestrian-oriented overlay. Vehicular access, loading, unloading is in essence prohibited on Del Mar. I mean, not prohibited, it's not prohibited, but where else do you serve a pedestrian-oriented Del Mar? In plain language, with regard to parking, folks staying in terms of car parking needs, folks staying at a hotel that have a restaurant, a full-service restaurant, are going to dine. So you can't add up all of the parking. We have our parking consultant here to answer any questions you may have on that. But there's absolute overlap with regard to parking between a hotel and a restaurant on the same property. And the other thing to consider is that you've really got to consider the experience of this developer. They have several properties that are managed by 100% valet. They are used to this. They work with the best valet companies in Southern California. They're national firms that they work with regard to their valet management plans. So I would just add those points, and we're available to answer any other further questions you may have.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
There will be questions, so don't go far. That's the next section of our public hearing is now, we've taken in the presentation from staff, the presentation from the applicant, and we've heard public comments. And so now it's the opportunity of the commission to ask staff and/or the applicant some follow-up questions. And can I turn to Commissioner McCann to kick us off?
Sure.
Thanks.
Some of my questions got answered. I don't know who to direct these to, so I guess I'll start with John, and then if you feel the need, you can refer it out to someone. Are car lifts loud?
There's an audible noise associated with them, but I'll direct that to the applicant in terms of the levels.
Okay.
Do I need to do, or no?
You're on,
Public comment?
no, you're not on public comment. We're calling you up to answer a question.
I do have a document, so that thought did come up. I do have a document from the lift company that states it's in like the low 50s. This was a study they did back in 2020, so the newer versions are even less than that. Once again, further, we'll have guests directly above these lifts sleeping, so it'll be important to us that we have the most quiet technology possible.
Is there any kind of noise attenuation fabrics or bats or anything kind of in that structure area to kind of absorb some of that, or just echo around?
As of design, not yet, but we will definitely consider that as part of the scenario. First, we would want to see the newest versions and the decibel levels for those, which the 50 is also already below the noise ordinance requirements.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think you're probably the right guy to answer these other questions. How many employees would you anticipate having kind of at any one time?
Our peak time would be like a typical Friday, Saturday night, and we would probably have 12 on site. By then, all the hotel employees would have gone, the housekeepers and cleaners and such. So that'd be strictly just dedicated to operations of the restaurant and valet. And probably is going to segue into parking. Or, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was going to segue into parking.
The parking study does allow for 6 of the 12 to be on site. We did survey our workers in our other 8 restaurants that are located in downtown Hermosa, Manhattan Beach, and Belmont Shore, and about half of them are do actually drive to work, where the other half are either carpooling, rideshare, bus, bike, skateboard. I do see a lot of residential around here, so we do anticipate a lot of people being able to walk to work for this location.
Okay, thanks. And then regarding amplified sound, where are you proposing to have that?
So the amplified sound would be all interior guest locations, so restaurant, interior bar, entryway lounge area. Exterior would be on the front patio that's facing Del Mar.
Okay.
And then on the rooftop deck, that would be ambient music as well. And there's, I believe, in the, I forget what the conditions of approval, there's tests that we have to go through that would indicate that our decibel levels were not beyond acceptable levels to neighbors across the street.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Vice Chair Camp?
We had a few comments about the 53-foot trucks that are going to be on Granada. Have you guys addressed that? And if so, how do you plan to deal with that? Because that is a problem in terms of, blocking traffic. If somebody has to wait 40 minutes, I'm sure they were counting the time to get through there. Are you going to have those, or?
So, but actually, the gentleman that has the fish company, I'm not sure exactly which one it is, but actually, we do our deliveries in those size Sprinter vans for that reason, so that we can avoid it. As long as we set up our contracts with our vendors, when we do open up, dictating the size of trucks that they can have, we can enforce the smaller vehicles with them. At one point, we did discuss, so going through the planning process with staff, it was very indicated that there was no deliveries allowed on Del Mar at all. I understand that from a planning perspective, but from a residential perspective, we would prefer to have deliveries on Del Mar, just because you're not, congesting you don't have the congestion on Granada. That can be restricted to before 10 o'clock. Most mornings when you walk up and down to Granada, there's massive amounts of vacant parking. There's not a whole lot of demand for it. I'm sorry, not Granada, Del Mar. My apologies. I misspoke. On Del Mar. So if you look at the spacing, the car spacing on Del Mar, in the mornings it's not occupied. So we'd prefer to actually take deliveries on Del Mar so that we don't have to impede the guests or impede the neighbors in the rear.
Okay, but the design drawings show the smaller vehicles being on Granada, coming in on Granada.
Correct.
But those will be off-street. They'll be off of the street and loading inside the property.
That's correct.
Okay, so can we, I guess, I don't need to ask this question to you, but do we have a condition where we can limit or even, not permit the 53-foot trucks as a part of this approval? Is that something we can do?
I'm going to ask staff to advise us or the city attorney regarding those kinds of restrictions. Jonathan, do you mind maybe taking the lead on that?
Yeah, I don't see an issue referencing that as a condition of approval. In the situation, the project has been designed, you saw a slide that referenced that specific Sprinter van vehicle type. And so I think that that's an appropriate consideration to implement. Would be easy to enforce in that case, right? Like if code enforcement observe a 53-foot truck making regular deliveries to this site, that is an easy condition to enforce.
Do you mind if I just jump in on this? I know it's a little out of order, but let me just flush this out a little bit. Jonathan, do you know where the Rare Society restaurant how they take their deliveries, where that occurs?
They also have access, like kind of a through lot access in a similar situation, but through to Cabrillo. And so they take the majority of their deliveries in that fashion. I'm not familiar of whether they take any from Del Mar.
Okay, so they take it from the rear, so that, similar to the Granada scenario there, and then but they have a parking lot, right? So, something to think about, not suggesting this as a condition or anything, but I think what I'm hearing tonight is that we do have a confluence of interest, and it falls on us really to try and navigate that and see if we can come up with either compromise or innovation. Not all innovation is a good idea. Sometimes we put ideas out and they're not good, or sometimes we resist them because they're new. A thought, not for you to respond at this moment, but maybe before the evening's over. What if right now the kind of the model that the city has for moving traffic through the city is putting people on the shuttle, the trolley. And we have a lot of stops where there's big parking lots, North Beach, the mall. Perhaps that's an option with vans. So if you need a semi to deliver materials, perhaps you can limit that, and then when you need it, you can find a spot, negotiate, say, the outlet parking lot. And then you have a fleet of vans, or you have a couple vans, the Sprinter vans that you actually show in your plan, and they shuttle back and forth your stuff, your supply. And then you don't bring a semi down a residential street. We are faced with some challenges here tonight if we want to move forward that I think may push us to innovate. And so that is something to consider since we're talking about delivery trucks and whatnot. So that's one thought. So with that, I just wanted to go back to you then, Vice Chair Camp.
Okay, just one more item. The amplified music, especially on the rooftop, it mentioned, or I think, John, you might have mentioned that that's ambient music only. So is that something that we could also condition? And ambient music to me is like elevator music, right? I mean, it's background music. So the decibel level, would you be willing to maybe take it lower than is allowed by code decibel level for that amplified music especially on the roof deck? Because even with an 8-foot wall, that music will filter over the top. I mean, there's no question. You get 2-story residences back there. Is that something you'd be open to, since you're not interested, it sounds like you're not planning on having, live music or entertainment type music? Would you guys be open to that?
I mean, I actually have a decibel meter in my pocket now. It's my cell phone. At 50 is, the code is very low. So it's not, I would be remiss to have this room be less than the code already allows as it stands. So it's, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but at the same time, I think as we discussed, potentially, there's going to be systems installed that can be decibel monitored so that across the street where the individuals live, there can be readings taken to ensure that we're not causing any undue harm in that regards. So,
Okay.
I mean,
Okay, I mean, that answers, I think
Yeah, yeah.
that answers the question. Lastly, at least for now, the shared parking is one of the things you mentioned, John, as a, you know, possible solution, but the only shared parking that I saw mentioned in the report was the FedEx parking, but that's not an agreement, right? That's just there, I mean, and so for that reason, does that really hold any value in terms of additional parking? I'm thinking no, right?
Correct. No, it doesn't count towards their, code compliance. And the evaluation of the parking study used the ULI shared parking methodology and evaluation, which determines the appropriate parking demand or occupancy based on the uses that are there in terms of the size, number of rooms, restaurant. So that shared component is what was analyzed in the ULI, which concluded the parking demand for the site. But no off-site parking is proposed as part of this project. The applicant has made a private agreement with FedEx for utilization of that. However, it's not a requirement for compliance.
Okay. And you mentioned you have other projects or properties in similar locations. Have you used this sort of account for parking at those locations, and has it been successful? I mean, that's kind of a loaded question, but.
I have never been a developer on one of these, but I have been a tenant on one. So I've been so this is the difference is I've been the occupant of them, and so I've never gone through that process of writing one, and that's why we have our parking consultant here, and that's why I was third-party reviewed. But as a tenant, having used one of these, it is successful. I've been, like one example is the Manhattan Village Mall. It's quite large. And the code requirement there is upwards of 10 stalls per 1,000 feet for restaurant and retail. And when they do their shared parking agreement, they look at all the different uses, it gets reduced to almost 3.57 stalls per 1,000, because you just look at all the different date times of uses and when people use them. Peak periods like holiday shopping season, you could double the amount of parking, triple the amount of parking, never have enough. But 95, 99% of the time, it has ample parking.
Okay, that's all I have at the moment.
All right, Commissioner Crandall?
Most of mine will be during discussion, but I'm concerned that the parking study did not consider the impact on Del Mar parking. And the reason I ask that is I don't know anyone probably in this room that if they were going down Del Mar wouldn't take the first parking space they could find to go to your restaurant and hotel because of the cost and nuisance of using the valet and trying to park in your lot. I think the majority of people are going to park in open public stalls, and being on the, I'm going to call it the south end of Del Mar, the one lot that's going to be impacted the most would be the community center. And right now, it's hard to get in there. So some of these things might work if they were in neighborhoods where there was metered parking and you had to pay for it anyway. But what's it going to be, $10 to park in your lot with the valets and a tip for the restaurant? I think you're driving the parking out onto Del Mar.
So I'll ask the.
And I think that needs to be studied because it was totally lacking in the parking study, what's available, what this will impact, et cetera, and how many have been changed since the, what is it, the 92 parking study for downtown. They said so many sites were available, and that's how they got the ability to give waivers, which you've avoided, kind of, not completely. You've taken advantage of the 16 patio stalls or seats and not counted any parking for those. So there's 4 more stalls that are lacking in the calculation because that's a something that we can grant or not. So I think there's more that needs to be done with the parking study and acoustics. Because, I mean, getting deliveries with trucks with hydraulic lifts and tailgates, car doors slamming, OSHA required safety for the lifts are all going to be really nuisance problems and impact a lot of people. And I hope you get your parking consultants to address particularly the impact on city parking.
I'll just speak from the operational component, then I'll turn it over to Trissa, who's our parking consultant. So in regards to the impact on public parking, I've driven up and down the Granada, and the parking lot behind Nick's is dedicated to public parking. If I wanted to go to Nick's at 6 o'clock on a Friday night, I guarantee you there's no parking in that lot. Whereas if you wanted to come to my restaurant, you could pull into valet, get a ticket, eat, validate, go get your car, and take off. So there's almost, I would say that there's almost an argument that we're guaranteeing parking for our guests by not having it be just open free for all. So in that regards, so there's not going to have any beachgoers there. You're not going to have employees parking in it. You're not going to have anybody that's not dedicated to our business parking in that garage. So we're actually, I feel like it's almost a security to know that our parking is dedicated to our project. As it comes to how it interacts with the public how the study interacts with public parking, I'll turn it over to Trissa to help explain if that's helpful.
Before you do that, can I just piggyback a question? Is there any way to require visitors to the hotel to valet park so that they're not using public parking? So it's almost like part of the cost of staying in a room there, is that you have, if you come with a car, you have to valet park it. I don't know if that's an option to consider. Anyway, just a comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Trissa Allen, for the record. I've been with Lynn Scott Law and Greenspan Engineers for, I would say, I don't want to date me, but it's almost 30 years. The first thing that I wanted to mention about how we conducted this this parking study primarily is that right off the bat, we had developed the scope of work with city staff. From that point on, we worked very closely with city staff in terms of, the things that we needed to really pay very close attention to. And we knew coming in that this was located in the downtown area where there is basis for this concept of sharing parking spaces that's primarily been documented in city code. It's also been highly documented in the 2018 downtown parking study, which I believe that's the study that you were referring to, Commissioner Crandall. So based on that, we knew that we had to have a very good basis of the different parking demand evaluation scenarios that we had looked at. And the reason why I'm stressing parking demand, because it's different from parking supply. Parking demand estimation is what we do when we try to forecast what a project's more realistic parking needs would be. That is different from documenting what parking provisions the project would end up being. So one is on the need side, demand side, and one is the what are they going to provide side. So focusing on the parking demand, we actually did basically three approaches. For starting off, obviously, with city code. That's always what we start with, right? But the reason why we start with city code is an understanding that the city code, more often than not, needs to be further refined, further calibrated because of this particular aspect of city code parking ratios, which is they look at each land use as a standalone land use. It's as if you basically are building a project, let's say a store out in the middle of the desert without anybody else around you. So that those parking ratios per city code that gets applied to that, in that sense, they do not take into account the fact that in a downtown setting, there's a lot of synergy that happens. And that synergy, which is called out in the 2018, in the city's very own 2018 downtown parking study, and in the city's municipal code, the concept that parking demand, parking needs tend to get lower, get reduced because of the synergy that happens between uses. One can further explain that by just let's take into account the fact that if I'm going to a store somewhere in downtown and, there's a restaurant that's close by, I will just park somewhere for the store. And since I'm in the area, I'm going to go ahead and visit the restaurant, which means that for that restaurant, there is no additive parking demand to that. Okay, so that's just one example of what happens with in a downtown area from a shared parking method concept. So back to what we did. After we looked at the city code calculation, we had our very center. If you look at our tables, the basis for our conclusions of from a parking demand standpoint in terms of how would the project, in terms of the supply that it's going to provide, how would that compare to the parking demand? What we said in the study was that our basis for that parking demand was ULI. And ULI is the only resource for this shared parking methodology. And this shared parking methodology is widely accepted. It's been applied, it's actually been put in a lot of many city codes now. The fact that it's really using this ULI methodology, it's tried and tested. We have just quite a few number of very many jurisdictions, not just all along the coast.
I'm going to ask you to kind of put it into a nutshell in about 30 seconds, because we're going to run out of time, and we're going to be forced to continue your item. So if you want to get consideration and discussion, can I ask you to wrap it up?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
So our basis is that widely accepted ULI methodology, which our third data point, which supports and validates what we saw as our needs from a ULI standpoint, is we actually conducted empirical study at a representative project with a hotel and with a restaurant as well. So that's basically the point, the basis for our parking study conclusions, which basically takes into account the unique characteristics of the project.
Okay, Mr. Crandall, thank you very much. And we may have follow-up, but Commissioner Crandall, did you have any further?
No, I'll wait for discussion.
All right, Commissioner Davis?
I was thinking along the same lines you were when you were talking about the vehicle transfer and having a big vehicle parked somewhere else earlier in the morning. But we were talking about, or you had mentioned, can you stand up real quick? I got a couple. So you had mentioned you could contract that it's required that they have your service providers have on-site, let's call it like that, not on street, but on-site delivery. Is that correct? Did I hear you right?
Actually, no, you can contract the size of the trucks that come to your establishment.
So size of the truck, so you could it'll be maximum 23 feet, so it fits in your area. And then we could require that they deliver, so it doesn't have to be a transfer. They could have small trucks delivered direct. So it's not an issue having big trucks on Granada, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Also.
Since you're driving
Yes,
that
go
point.
ahead.
Okay. Small trucks that would park where?
There's one of the spaces dedicated as a loading zone that the van would pull into.
On-site?
On-site.
Okay, so no deliveries on Granada?
No.
Yeah, that's shown on the site.
Yeah, it shows it there, but yes.
Yeah.
Yes, same page.
Okay.
Okay, also FedEx, you've reached out to FedEx to,
Correct.
okay, how many spots are you looking for?
Well, truthfully, they're the on-site, just through casual conversations with on-site management, not with, and follow-up with ownership, is that the lot's available for use after their hours of operation, which
Okay.
is after, I believe, I gotta double check, either 6 or 7, Monday through Saturday, and then close Sunday.
And would you require your employees to park on that in there?
Ultimately, if that's what's available, yeah.
Because what is leading you to contact FedEx for more parking?
Well, the requirement to have it part of our project is that it's deeded to our project, which would hinder their future development if they ever wanted. Like that would always run with our land.
Okay, so you're negotiating a deeded situation with them?
No, they're not willing to enter into deed.
They're unwilling, so you would be willing to try to find somebody else to do that? Because if you're looking for parking, that means you realize you probably need parking.
We were instructed to look for parking.
So that's kind of my point there. And I agree, I mean, your project's outstanding, I think it's awesome. But parking and noise is, I think, the big buttons here.
Every
So is there, you said, I thought I read somewhere about incentivizing employees for not driving the car.
Correct.
Okay, so you want to expand very quickly on that? I mean, or can you guarantee a ride share program? Or is there a way to, sublease something from the outlets and then pick up your employees from a particular trolley area or wherever instead of food delivery, employee delivery, right? So something like that, because I'm really concerned about impacting.
Yeah, so
Parking.
currently, what we do in other locations is any public transit to the area, we subsidize, whether it's a bus pass or, Uber on 4th of July weekend, we help pay for Uber. But in this case, and then we also, I just actually today saw another restaurant's uniform walking up Granada after parking probably someplace.
Mhm.
And in those instances, we get complaints, from our teammates doing the same thing in these other neighborhoods, and we document them, and if they continue to do it, then we let them go.
Yeah, okay. And then another thing I was thinking, is there a way to do, I don't know if business-wise this makes sense, because I don't understand valet or restaurants, but validate restaurant patrons for your valet service?
As I mentioned before, that's what we would be doing.
So
it would be complimentary valet for a restaurant, for our patrons.
So it's going to increase parking for his patrons, and is there a time limit on that?
We haven't set standards yet, but it would be something that wouldn't be allowed all day long, but.
Yeah,
maybe,
so conceivably, they could go shop in a store or something real quick. So he is adding a little bit of parking in that way.
That's in the calculation.
Oh, yeah, but what?
There's overlap of parking.
So, no, so if he's adding in, he's validating his patrons that are using his restaurant,
Mhm.
right? And after they use his restaurant, they're gonna go down there and get a little ice cream.
And his parking lot's full.
No, because they're valeting in his parking lot.
That's what I'm saying. person with the next reservation wants a
I'm just
space,
telling
he's
you
out of
what
luck.
he's allowing. He's allowing people that go to his restaurant to get complimentary valet, correct?
Correct.
That's it.
Then, okay, just want to follow up on a couple things you guys have been talking about. Do you know the reliability of these car lifts?
In 2 projects, I've never had one. I've been in 2 projects that use them, and I have never had to, never seen one out of service. So I can't.
And how long period of service is that?
Well, I mean, this is just personal.
Anecdotal.
Anecdotal things. I think one project's been there. We've been in that one for 8 years, and another one is an office building, and it's. They actually switched to car lifts because they actually had a vehicle elevator that kept breaking down. So
Do they have like service level agreements for repair if they break down?
I didn't operate
Like a
them personally.
4-hour
so-
response, that kind of thing? You know where I'm going is
Yeah.
you get a couple of these break down. You're going to do a basement conference center, correct?
Yes, meeting rooms.
Right. Have you thought about basement parking?
We looked at several iterations of parking underground, and
Like a third level a subterranean. So your current parking, you're putting rooms on top. That's the second story.
Yep.
Your parking's on the first story. What if you were to add a same level additional parking below that? You're going to excavate for the basement conference room. You're excavating. Why not add more parking at that basement level?
I can have Michael in it, because we did look at this, and I don't remember the particulars of why it wasn't feasible.
Huh?
There's not room for a ramp.
There isn't enough room to achieve any significant count in parking by introducing a basement level because our site's too small. The entrance, by the time you put in the ramp and you provide the circulation required to maneuver in the basement,
Okay.
together with the ramp, you don't get any return. We tried.
What if you had a 4-car stacker and you just had, instead of 9 feet, you have 20 feet? So now you're stacking, instead of stacking 2 cars, you're stacking 4.
It doesn't really work that way without creating a lot more vehicular movements. And so it wasn't practical. The best net gain on the parking studies that we did was to park it just as we are. That yielded the most amount of parking spaces. And, darn it, LLG says that, and vetted by Kimley Horn, through thorough analysis, that we are providing enough parking on this property. We're also creating 2 additional spaces on Del Mar, which don't exist. And that person who comes and parks in our valet service and dines with us and decides they want to leave and go get ice cream, they're actually reducing the parking count of that ice cream store in terms of that synergy that Teresa just talked about. That's how it works.
Thank you, Mr. Lund. Can I pause you on there? And could I ask our city parking consultant to just come up and briefly, can you please speak to these claims that are being made about that they're properly parked? Do you agree with the Urban Land Institute discounts that they give? And is that something we should be buying into?
So typically that's in our zoning code, but I'll defer to Kimley Horn to kind of discuss that and the ULI and stuff.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Trevor Briggs with Kimley Horn and the third-party reviewer of the parking study. In review of the parking study, and we did provide comments to the consultant, including creating a PMP, an on-site queuing analysis, minor corrections to the ULI analysis, and also asking for backup as for the supporting of the downtown reduction. And so in review of those, just from a professional perspective, the ULI methodology is the gold standard with regards to shared parking and how to be analyzed. The supporting documents that were provided as part of the parking study were to our professional satisfaction. And we believe that given the different circumstances, including the transit and the bike multimodal opportunities, that it would be adequate in this area.
Okay. And Zach, can you just speak to the circulation, on-site circulation?
So as mentioned in the staff report, the on-site circulation is completely dependent on valet service. It's not, once you pull in the drive aisles, you can't turn around without multiple three-point turns. So once you pull in, maybe with the exception of going straight to the ADA stalls that are straight ahead, everybody else has been getting out of their car, turning it over to a valet, because ultimately you can't make that U-turn. And then once you get into the garages and obviously lifts, you don't want customers doing that. You want, professionals doing that who are used to the lift operations. So from an engineering standard, it technically doesn't meet our standards. So we're dependent upon a valet service here, 100%. It's a bit unique. We don't have one in town, so this is a first for us. Lifts are allowed through our zoning code. This will be one of the first for that too. I do believe this site was chosen as a trial basis for lifts. Michael can maybe back me up on this. About 12 years ago, I think somebody was approved here tentatively for lifts on this site, but they never followed through. And then the code was ultimately changed to allow it.
Okay.
If I can speak for deliveries, commercial deliveries are allowed in the California Vehicular Code to double park. It's the one exception for there. I don't know how it's enforced if you're blocking somebody's driveway, though. That's where I don't, and for 40 minutes. So Del Mar is a common area for our commercial bigger trucks to deliver. We hope to not encourage that if we can get smaller trucks, obviously, because it is a problem that all cities have, though.
Yeah, I want to open this up while we have the consultant and Zach. Anyone else? Does anyone want to follow up?
Yeah, you mentioned individual from Kimley Horn. You mentioned queuing. So it's been evaluated in terms of if you have, let's say 3 or 4 hotel guests show up at once, that you won't be sticking out into Granada on the back. Is that evaluated?
That was evaluated right from the get-go. And like everybody has said, we went through several iterations of this valet plan, a queuing analysis, and it was one of my very first comments that we had, even before we had Kimley Horn on board. How soon can you turn over? What is the turnaround time we wanted maneuvering diagrams to how to get to every stall. I believe that's included in the parking and valet management plans, because that was one of my main corrections immediately, was how do you get to that upper lift and move those 2 other cars? Where are they while somebody is still showing up? And so they'll utilize both those lanes to fill in as much as they can and stack those cars in there. And with the conditions of approval we have, that all this is supposed to happen on site, that's something that we've asked them to do. As part of the conditions include some measures that we may need to include is increasing their valet operators in the event that there are problems. Stuff like that are written into those conditions.
Okay. I'm sure it's going to require special training to maneuver that garage.
I think we're really focused on parking and noise, and so Jonathan, on the noise, I want to ask you, can we put in the CUP a revisit? There's a couple things. In other words, I'm not comfortable with the CUP as it reads tonight. What I could find comfort, I guess, is if we bake into the CUP studies for sound that need to be completed within 60 days of operations with mitigation recommendations. That also includes not just the ambient noise of the outdoor patios, but also deliveries. Any amplified sound that's outdoors, which frankly, I'm tempted just to say there should be none. But the only way I would be comfortable is if we mandated that there is an acoustic study from across the street, and that it comes back within 180 days with that result. And if we're not satisfied, we can revise the CUP. In other words, trust, but verify. That's the only way I'm going to be okay with the CUP tonight, for me. Can't speak for my colleagues. Jonathan, is that something you're comfortable with? And if you are, maybe while we're move into our discussion, we could ask our city attorney to draft something that we could add in tonight's CUP conditions of approval. Thoughts?
My first response would be this wouldn't be the first time that we've required a follow-up related to a CUP. There have been conditions on other projects that have required some kind of a report back to the Planning Commission. There is a condition inserted already with that intent in mind, that the system that's installed would require a sound limiter. That's the same thing that we installed at the Beach Club. So for quick reference there, if they go from one song to another song that's louder, it doesn't get louder. It's capped by a limiter. And so in that case, doing a testing after installation of a limiter is really superior to doing a generic hypothetical sound study.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, I think that the bring back would be more related to a report back of the sound testing accomplished after the acoustic equipment, including a limiter, is installed.
Yeah. And what I'm trying to get at is, oftentimes when we put something into motion, it moves from planning to implementation, and then it's operationalized, and then we say, well, that's a code enforcement. But that ramp on that is just not tenable, and when we have something that is new like this, I don't want to do that. I want, before we operationalize this and say code enforcement, you're responsible, I want us to be responsible to the community to make sure that the claims that the applicant are making with respect to noise, sound, all of that are true. And I want us to be able to hold him accountable for that and give the opportunity to the community to return and share their experience that's actually happening. And then Mr. Sim is motivated because we can take action on his CUP. I think that's fair, Mr. Sim. I hope you understand where I'm coming from on that. And I hope my colleagues will support me on that. I am skeptical about the parking. I don't know what I can do that's similar to the noise, where we could have some kind of accountability after the fact to ensure that parking is working. Zach, is there anything you can think of that we could do that's similar with the noise, with the parking, to verify that the model, the operational model that they're proposing with 100% valet, using these motorized lifts, their drive aisle, narrow drive aisle access with 3-point turns, all the rest, and their small van delivery on site, all of that is true, that works. How do we bring it back for review once it's in the ground and working, and change it if it's not? How do we do that?
You have two conditions in there. I'm not sure which ones they are. Maybe one of them, John or Jonathan, could pull it up. There's two conditions in there that in the event the city engineer or city planner determine that there are issues with queuing, that there are activities unnecessarily happening out on Granada or Del Mar, that it comes back. I believe one of them already even says comes back to an amendment or to a hearing. And so I think that condition's already in there. Maybe one of them can read it, but I believe that's already there.
Because what I want to do for the community, I want them to understand that our purview is one where we're really looking at the zoning, the general plan, the compliance, which he is there. We look at the design standards, he's there. Notwithstanding Mr. Culbertson's concerns, we did address those in the DRSC, and I understand Mr. Culbertson's concerns, but I think we're getting a lot of benefit from the restoration and all the rest. So our tools are limited, and we don't want to sit here and be responsible for designing the project or re-engineering it on the fly and say, well, we don't believe this and we don't believe that. If there are being claims made that this parking model is sufficient. If there are claims being made, then we're relying on that. But I want to make a point to Mr. Sims tonight. And Mr. Sims, you've been great to deal with because you and I have had similar conversations previously during the design review, which is if we rely on the claims that you're making tonight and they turn out not to be operable, the only tool we have is to bring you back and limit the size of your operation to make it fit. So I want to make sure that you understand that we're putting trust and faith in what you're claiming, but we're going to bring you back and hold you accountable if it doesn't work. So when you're in construction and you're making those decisions about how do we really want to make this work, and I want you to be thinking about how you're on the hook. And while we appreciate the value you're bringing into our community by building a beautiful project, I want you to also be as respectful of the fact that it is going to impact the neighbors, it's going to impact the community, and we want that impact to be livable. And we can't sit here all night and go through every what-if scenario and redo your project. We just can't do it. So what I'm going to propose to my colleagues is that we have, in our conditions of approval, a mechanism to bring you back, not just on the sound, but also on the operations of the parking. And then if it doesn't work, we're going to have a hard conversation about the size of your operation. Are you nodding? You're on board? Fair? Okay.
Commission, I hate to interrupt, but it's after 11 and you're required to take a vote to continue the hearing.
That's right. And that's why I was trying to get us to a kind of a point where we could take an action on in the near term. I hope my colleagues are following my line of thought. Can I just get a verbal? Are we good to continue for another 15, 20 minutes? Okay? Yes? All right.
That was nonverbal.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are there any, let's go full-on discussion. I think I've set the table with some parameters of how I think we could move forward. Maybe we could discuss that and get general reactions. And Commissioner Crandall, you've lit up your mic. Why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I just wanted to.
I'm sorry, you're closing the hearing for discussion?
Yes, we'll close the hearing for discussion at this point. I may reserve the right to reopen it, but
Okay, if
we're going into discussion.
Okay, as far as the cultural heritage permit, with the configuration it's in now, and the discussions we had at our previous meeting, and compromising on protecting the existing historic building, I can make the findings for the cultural heritage permit. A development permit, that's basically, I don't think there's anything that is, I can't make a finding on. It's the conditional use permit and minor conditional permit that I struggle with. One thing that's buried in the text of the documents we have in front of us is they said they're not taking any advantage of any waivers. Well, they're taking 16 seats outside dining, which is a discretionary decision on our part, to reduce their parking by 4 stalls. And they're not including that in their calculations. And I'm hesitant, because of the density and all, to grant that waiver. It's not a waiver, it's part of the conditional use permit. That I don't think I'd approve waiving the parking for those seats. I'm also a little uncomfortable with the lack of evaluation by the parking study on the A2 occupancy down in the basement. They say it's a meeting room, it could be a dining room for guests, quote, guests. Well, that takes those guests out of being at the restaurant, which increases more parking because then you have more seats to fill. So I think that needs to be addressed also. And just so when this is reviewed by people after the fact, when we're all gone, that needs to be documented. And let's see here.
Can I,
So that actually puts it that they would start with 60 parking stalls rather than 56. So it's really 60 down to the 32 that they're trying to propose.
Are you suggesting?
Okay,
that
then it's
we
2 years, two more than you're off.
Are you suggesting we remove the 16
That
discretionary
is an
seats?
option that they can propose, yes, removing 16 seats.
Or would it be
Us that we,
8, is it 8 seats? If they're
they're
getting
given
2
two
on
back,
Del
yeah.
Mar, is it still 16? How many stalls per?
4.
Okay, so but it's 5 seats.
I'm not going to give them a number. I want them to figure that out.
Gotcha.
Then
how do we do this, vote on this, though? How do we do?
that's direction to them, because I see that we're going to, my feeling is it needs to be continued till they solve these problems.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough.
And I'm really concerned about also the fact that the nuisance of parking here, and I want it addressed for posterity, that in fact, people who have a reservation and then stay, leave their car there, and go up the street, that means there's no stall for the next person with a reservation an hour. So they're going to run out of parking. That puts the parking back on Del Mar or wherever somebody can find the parking. And it doesn't work the way, that means there's one less for the place the person went to go to the ice cream store. That doesn't work for me. And human nature says, I don't want to deal with that parking system. I'm going to go park on Del Mar, especially for people that come from Talega or wherever. There is no public transportation. They have no option. They got to drive there or Uber. So, the public transportation thing, yes, it kind of works. And all the ones I've seen in resorts and whatnot that do these kind of sharing and all, you kind of use it because you're going to pay parking fees anyway. And downtown and the city has fought tooth and nail not to have paid parking on Del Mar. So that's really not, it could happen, but there's been a objection to it all along. So I think those things need to be solved, and the sound for me is a big deal. Because I'm thinking of those OSHA beepers, all the doors slamming, it's all gonna, the fact it's not all in a parking building, and that there's parking to the open air with lifts. That's gonna be heard by the neighbors, period. And it's gonna be 11 o'clock at night, whenever the restaurant closes, or whatnot. So I'm feeling I can make I think the building is beautiful. So the development permit and cultural heritage permit, I don't think need any addressing. It's the other two, and I would be more comfortable with, at this point, until everybody speaks, I would
Okay.
lean towards
Why don't you?
continuous.
Okay, fair enough. Can you be thinking about your motion? And I'm going to move to Commissioner Davis and down this way, and let's pull something together as a tonight.
Is there a way to do a CUP and require, and Attorney or Jonathan might know this, to require them to have 6 spots leased? Can it be a part of the CUP for them to be required to have 6 spots that they rent from FedEx or somebody else? as part of their CUP? Does that make sense?
Just generally, the standard for conditions is that there should be a logical nexus between the problem you're trying to solve and that the solution is roughly proportional. So you'd need to make findings that the condition that you're imposing meets those standards. I'll let Jonathan speak to the specifics of what you're proposing.
So related to that would be tying that condition to the parking study. And, while we rely on professionals, and in this case, the city hired, again, right, Kimley Horn as a third party to review that study, if the commission identifies a specific element that they disagree with and provides rationale of why they disagree with it and establish that that number is not arbitrary, the 6 number, then yes, that is something that we could condition. That the challenge there is that it's something we like to work with the applicant ahead of time to identify. There's other code elements that come into play regarding distance from the property, et cetera. That could be a consideration, but again, we would need to tie that to the parking study in some way.
Okay, to follow that same thread, so when you're talking about the 16 extra seats, and that equals 4 spots, we could maybe CUP that there's 4 spots based on that finding, that they're not accounting for or doing their math around. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to do there is have them, part of the CUP, them lease 4 spots?
I think what I understand is that in relation to the basement, that you feel or potentially feel that there was inadequate substantiation that would not increase parking. The ratio in the downtown is actually 1 per 5 seats. So based off of the total number of seats in that basement divided by 5, if you use that to come to a number.
I think they show 28 seats. It'll hold more, but that'd be 5 if that's the case. But I think there's a couple of ways they can solve it. So I don't know if we can really condition it with all the potential options that they have to justify it.
Can I just make one point of possible clarification? Excuse me. It's my understanding that the parking assessment didn't credit those 16 outdoor seats. It was included as the overall evaluation of the project in terms of the parking demand. So there wasn't a built-in reduction related to that.
Well, why'd they say 114 is what they used for the number instead of 130?
130 is what's in
Or,
there.
I mean, what was it? They were
And then for the basement,
23 spaces, 130 restaurant seats, but they only calculated 114.
I'd have to defer to the applicant on that, but, and then the other point was the basement is supposed to be accessible only to the hotel guests.
Correct. And if they serve them dinner there, that's taking the ones that they've calculated some number for out of the restaurant so they can seat more people.
Okay.
They're doing double dirty, so actually that's working as more restaurant seats in effect.
Some sort of meeting or little, yeah. You could definitely serve people down this.
Because it is a meeting room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what you're doing is building a list of things that we have concerns that we want brought back. Yeah. So, Mr. Campbell, we don't necessarily need an answer. We need the answer. And I think we probably will, if my colleagues are going to support Commissioner Crandall's initial idea of continuance, we'll just add that to the list. Brent, were you done? Just move over to Scott.
Yes.
Scott?
I think it's a fantastic project. Beautiful. Michael Luna, you did a great job. I'm comfortable with the project. Kimley Horn and LLG are super highly respected consultants, really, really top shelf consultants in traffic and parking. And Kimley Horn's representing the city and looking out for us. If they say it's good, I mean, who am I to question them? or their expertise. I think we're kind of looking at 100-plus seats in a restaurant is a lot.
Yeah, it is.
And I don't know that they're going to be full all the time. So I certainly hear what you're saying, Bart, and you know, if that's the road we go down, then I'm fine voting to support that, but I'm also fine supporting the project right now.
Okay,
Since we're in discussion.
yeah, we are.
I
Back
do
and
want to
forth,
say,
it's fine.
We've got to be right.
We do.
And the options, if we're wrong, to correct it are
That's right.
zero. They don't have any space on site to correct it if we're wrong. So we got to make sure that there's no doubt, because in the reports, they say, oh, we don't expect it to exceed this. That's the verbiage. We have to say, it will not have negative effects. So they're doing their best guess.
So I hear what you're saying, but I don't.
So how would they fix it if we're wrong?
Well, someone said earlier, which I totally agree with, anywhere you want to be, there's a parking problem. Because people want to be there.
But are they creating it?
Well, why do these people not get to have the benefit of Del Mar parking and all the other street parking?
All I'm saying is then justify it. If they want to use some of that, they got to justify it in the, I mean, we could give them waivers, but we haven't been given the information of how many waivers have been given out and how many are available, and they're down on the lower end of Del Mar that has the fewest parking spaces. It actually stops at their building for the perpendicular parking. So all that should be documented and addressed and clarified and for everybody to see and understand.
If you want to participate in this flow, go right ahead.
Yeah, the same flow. So the mechanism to resolve a problem is, from what I understand it, from what we could do, it's part of the condition, is that if there ends up being a problem with noise, they got to reduce the rooftop seating or whatever it is that's creating that above. So same with parking. If we find that this, I think, maybe I'm wrong, but if we find that it's getting backed up into the street, they're gonna be, we have a mechanism, I thought you talked about it, right? Is that right, Chair? That, that we could assess it when it's a problem 60 days after operational, because it's based on the report, everything we're saying is hypothetical. They're the professionals in this. I don't want to really second guess what we're getting from the city and the third party peer-to-peer. We're doing a lot of hypothetical right now. The fact is what his study is. That's my facts, is what, based on what their knowledge is.
But I don't think they
But
use
we
the
need,
right numbers.
we need a mechanism. Well, let's ask them if
Yeah,
they
so
use the right number.
I don't want to reopen the public hearing, but what I.
No, not
hear-
them, the
Yeah,
city staff.
what I hear you saying is what I was trying to articulate and asking Jonathan if he'd be comfortable. So let's just play this out. Let's assume we continue this.
Okay.
I would want to see staff coming back with help from the city attorney, the trust but verify language, not just with noise, but with the parking. And what I conveyed to Mr. Sims is, on the parking, once it's in the ground and it's not working, our tools are very limited to, you know what? We're restricting you now to this many seats in your restaurant. We're restricting you now to this many concurrent guests in your hotel. We're gonna force him to reduce his capacity because they didn't plan it adequately. That's our only after-the-fact tool I think we have. And so that's why I don't want to set this in motion and then it's gone. I want it set in motion with studies that go on into, so that we know it works, and then it comes back and we can tweak it if we need to.
Right.
With the empirical knowledge of what's actually happening with what's in the ground.
That's right, but a continuance isn't gonna get us It's the same now versus.
It's the language. It's
That's
the
right.
language.
If we set it in now
Yeah.
and conditionally to.
But
what
I don't
you-
want to craft those conditions now. It's late. I want to
know.
continue this,
That's the term.
have the staff work on this. I want the staff to work on Mr. Crandall's concerns that he mentioned, giving us the options about the parking spots with the 16 seats. I want them to address delivery hours, the sound. The sound is, I think, the trust and verify, because I don't think we can do a sound study in theory. We need to do it in reality. And I think, Commissioner Crandall, you had mentioned something about if people valet and then they are occupied there longer, they go take a walk down Del Mar and that spot sits occupied longer than the model anticipated. If that's a problem, how do we correct it? Again, these are all, there's a lot of ifs here. That's why I think the path forward, so that I can look the residents in the eye and say, I think this is gonna be okay, is we have to have conditions that call for study. And then the CUP is coming back with the study data for a review and possible changes to that CUP based on that study data that comes back. In other words, the project's in the ground, we hear what the sound actually is, we can actually measure it, we have the residents come back, it's another public hearing, they tell us what their experience is, and we dial it in. That's what I think is the only practical way for us to do our job, to move forward in the community with a new project and new hotel and restaurant, but at the same time, make sure that the people who live adjacent to it have their protections as well.
So to understand what you're saying let's do the study of parking somewhat after the fact. Let's do the noise after the fact, but let's continue it tonight. Why would you continue it
So
tonight?
here's the
But do the
yeah.
studies after the fact.
Let me give you the mechanism. So the mechanism here is, we're giving staff some of the concerns.
Sure.
What the continuance would be is to take all the concerns that they've heard tonight, rewrite the conditions, address Commissioner Crandall's concerns in a new staff report and new set of conditions that we can look at and say, yeah, that conveys what we're talking about in concept. And then move forward from there. That's what
I don't think we
believe
have
is-
enough information to make that many conditions.
Yeah.
They may be able to solve them and answer them very straightforward, which would be wonderful. But I don't think we can craft all those conditions or even,
I mean, the only other way to do this, guys, is to bifurcate the agenda and say, we can make the findings on the cultural heritage permit and development permit, but not on the others.
I could do that.
And then just deny those, and then they have to come back. That's the only other way, or just table
We don't
them.
want to deny it.
Or just table
Deny
them.
it is a totally different problem for
Yeah,
them.
yeah, I get that. Maybe we just continue those or deny, or we table them.
Yeah, can I speak here?
Yeah.
Just noting you've exhausted your 20 minutes.
Can I
Yeah.
comment? So I also concur, it's a great project. We like it, we love the design. I agree with Commissioner Crandall that we can make the findings. I think for 3 of the categories, the cultural heritage permit, the development permit, really everything comes down, in my opinion, to the CUP, right? All the items that we're still concerned about. The minor conditional use permit is just having to do with the height of the elevator towers and the 2 towers,
Okay.
which I think I believe, enhance the architecture. These are non-habitable spaces. They enhance the architecture. I think they help.
We've vetted it
with
through
the design.
DRSC, yeah.
Yeah, we looked at that at DRSC. So I think that minor conditional use permit is not a problem. I agree that we've identified the key items here and that we really do need to get a new set of conditions that address these. And just to mention what they are, the 53-foot truck, I think that needs to specifically be addressed. I don't see that as going to be a problem, but there definitely needs to be a condition. The car lift noise, I think we need specifics about how we're going to dampen the sound, how we're going to insulate that parking, that parking garage. The employee parking, the incentives, I think that needs to be documented in the conditions. The ambient music or the ambient noise, another possibility that we haven't talked about is masking, sound masking. If they could introduce a water feature on that roof deck, sound masking is a great tool for reducing, because if it's an ambient sound, can you have the sort of, it's a sort of a water
Instead of the
ocean.
music.
Yeah, instead of the music, it's something that you hear all the time. It actually helps with all of the noise issues.
I like
So
that
something
idea.
I'd like to suggest is to get, and I think we talked about this before, Michael, but to get a water feature on that roof deck that gives us constant, I mean, this is day and night. I mean, certainly it's a maintenance item, but it's a feature for the roof deck, and I think it could really help in that regard, but that needs to be addressed. So those are the things that I would add and say that really we're down to, we could say we're good with the 3 out of the 4 approvals that we're supposed to make
Okay.
tonight. That really comes down to the CUP.
Right. Jonathan, yeah, yes, let's,
John, does the minor exception permit relate to the parking also? Because one of the findings looks like it does. F?
On page 4, it just says, allow the elevator towers to exceed the maximum.
no, F says, number
All
of
the shared
spaces to be
parking, yeah.
shared has been demonstrated to be physically available, not occupied for the proposed uses during hours of operation.
Yeah, you're right. So that leaves that one out.
Yeah. That's why I was kind of getting at the bifurcation, if we want to do the cultural heritage permit and development permit, but hold off on the other ones. How would we hold off on those, Jonathan? How would that work? That's why my initial gut was continue this, have you guys come back, so we could act on the whole thing. And then we had the trust and verify, what I'm calling the trust and verify provisions in the new set of conditions, so that it comes back. But alternatively, we could act on the cultural heritage permit and the development permit and not act on the CUP and the minor CUP too. But how we would, I don't know how we would handle that.
I don't know how that really benefits
Yeah, what is it, what good
the
does that do?
applicant.
Yeah,
You know, I think we just tie it all together.
right. So that's why I was leaning for the continuance, so we could bring it back.
Another thought on the water feature, I think that's a way to mitigate if there is a sound problem, but I don't know if it's required right now.
I like the idea of just
Why
saying.
not? Why
Yeah,
not? Because then,
maybe they don't want it.
well,
yeah, but that's something that we can impose, which is not,
But why?
because,
yes, it's a solution.
yeah,
Well, to a problem that's not a problem yet.
We think it is a problem,
You don't know it's a problem.
but I think it is.
all right, so Jonathan, what's your recommendation for continuance or bifurcation? I'm trying to get us focused here,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. Okay.
I don't, in this case, recommend bifurcating because, for a couple of reasons. One, we have a very lengthy resolution in front of you, and so we'd have to do a lot of slicing and dicing in order to update that resolution appropriately
That's
in
what I
order to
think,
be
too.
acted upon. I think we hear, and probably the applicant is hearing, future discussions on this wouldn't center around the architecture or the building, but updates related to some of the uses. And so in that vein, I mean, I think
Continuance.
staff and the applicant are motivated to resolve this as quickly as possible.
When would you recommend we continue it to?
So, This is going to be a question for the city attorney, in that we need to, as part of the final, before we wrap up this evening, discuss the necessary special meeting since our July 17th date is canceled. Is that something that we can keep this public hearing open until we make a determination on what that special meeting date will be and then continue it to that date certain?
I believe so, as long as you notice it correctly, and if it changes afterwards, we'd have to notice it too. I'll just supplement that I think continuing the whole thing is better than bifurcating it. It's cleaner, especially if you want to make a lot of condition changes.
Agreed.
And then you would approve the whole thing in one package rather than having separate
So
votes.
July 17th, did you say that meeting is canceled?
Correct. Yes.
Oh,
So the
so we're
city
not meeting
count-
in July at all?
No, we need to meet in July. And so we've been, Tamara has reached out for optional dates, and that would be something we'd look to solidify this evening, is a date in the week following.
Oh, the week of the 22nd.
Yep, any day that week. And so before we adjourn tonight, I'd like to set that date.
Would that be adequate time for you to return with what we're talking about? Or
That's
would
a
you-
better question for the applicant.
Would you want to wait till the first meeting in August?
The only meeting in August is August 21st.
And we've already got another item continued to that date, right?
We do,
That's
we
the-
can
Yeah, that's
continue
the
to that date
lease.
as well, though.
I
So
need,
the sufficiency of time is a question for the applicant. We would need to, have all report materials a couple weeks in advance. And so that means that we would need to have all materials really by like July 8th, like basically next week. So
That's one-
that would be pretty tight.
I don't think 1 week is adequate for what we need done.
So then, what I would recommend is that we continue to the date certain of August 21st, with the caveat that if the staff and applicant are able to put materials together sooner, and then staff can reach out to the commission to consider another special meeting to address this item alone in the first half of August. We canceled the first week of August, but we could see if
I
that's
prefer just to
available.
be more, here's my concern. It's easy for us because you tell us, hey, come at this time, but it's really difficult, I think, to communicate that well to the public. So I'd rather just continue it to a date certain and that's it, like the August 21st.
That is the next date that we do
Okay.
have certainly scheduled.
Yeah, and assuming that you guys can make that work, and I'd like to see if my colleagues are okay with that. Okay. Bart, did you feel comfortable making a motion, or did you want me to do it? Where are you at on this?
I think we can make it pretty general. I'll move that we continue the public hearing projects PHP 23262 Hotel San Clemente and Loretta's Restaurant 229 Avenida Del Mar, and 2322434 Avenida Granada, to the meeting of August 21st, with staff preparing pending additional information on parking, sound, and delivery issues discussed at this meeting.
Okay, I can second that. Any discussion on this motion? Are we comfortable? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Me, aye, no, whatever.
Are you a yes or a no?
I'm a no.
Okay, so it does pass 4-1. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I know it's late. Your dedication is appreciated.
Motion to adjourn,
thank you all.
please. Motion to adjourn, please.
What's that?
Motion to adjourn?
I need to look at the agenda real quick and make sure that that's appropriate.
Reports and things that we got.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Thanks. We have, item 9 is new business, we have none.
Okay.
10 is old business, we have none. Item 11 is reports of commissioners and staff. Jonathan, do you have anything you want to discuss or bring to our attention?
Not this evening, thank you.
Does any commissioner have anything they want to report? Okay. Jonathan, when are we adjourning to?
That's the final piece of business. Tamara, do you by chance have a summary of that you can access from the iDrive?
Is this meeting in July that we hope to find when Seacliffs is coming back?
Yes, so we're going to have to handle special noticing for that as well, because we continued to that date certain of the 17th before the council bumped us off that date.
Would that most likely be the only item?
As of now.
Okay.
It's empty.
The 24th, so far, has everyone available, including Jenna.
That's a Wednesday.
Correct.
Let me just poll. Are you guys good the 24th?
I'm out of town.
You're out.
24th's even better for me.
I just want to mention that. But
What's that?
that is the only day that
24th is fine.
Okay.
Commissioner Prescott Loeffler is available.
24th?
I like it because it's Wednesday.
Yeah. Steve, are you
So
okay
we
with
do,
that?
well,
We could either do the DRSC or we could cancel it depending on what the agenda is. I mean, are you guys willing to just do 2 meetings that day? I'd be fine with that. If we need a DRSC, we could do
I
that.
don't have anything else to do.
But, I mean, we canceled it today, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
So it sounds like that's the
will-
best. It doesn't accommodate everyone, but the best available. So I'd recommend we adjourn to the 24th.
So I will move that we adjourn the next, to a special meeting of the, should I call it the special meeting of
Yes.
the Planning Commission of the City of San Clemente to be held on July 24th here at City Hall in the City Council chambers at 6 PM.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner, Vice Chair Camp. All those in favor of adjourning? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.